Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron, which is a lot easier. And we're here to stream some Eve Online today. So, appreciate you being there, Scimitar. Good to see ya. Eye is still bugging me. Yeah, sorry, I'm running a little late this morning. The wife has gone to Rosario to meet with a cardiologist. She was able to get an appointment for today, so for a follow up. And I don't think anything. I'm sure nothing is wrong, but we wanted to follow up just for the clean bill of health. Since the ECG showed no problems for the 6 seconds that they did it, the emergency room suggested following up with a cardiologist. So it'll give her the peace of mind so she calms down. She's actually hasn't had any palpitations or any problems the last couple since we went to the hospital on Tuesday. Yeah, so that's good. But this will give her the peace of mind she's looking for, so she knows she's okay. I'm convinced that the coffee we had at the hotel gave her the first palpitations, and then probably the walking, since she hasn't done that much exercise in a long time, and then she started Googling the symptoms and started panicking that, she was having a stroke or a heart attack or a brain tumor, and that gave her a panic attack. And that's where the rest of them came from. So once they did all the tests in the hospital and showed everything was normal, she calmed right down and hasn't had a problem since. So God bless her. Yeah, but we're gonna get her checked out just to be safe. But she wanted to go by herself. I don't know why, but I was okay with that. So without further ado, I am in. What's up, almonxy? I am in. I am in Eufine. So if we want to mine, we can mine. Or if we want to do, I could probably do some scanning stuff. Let's see what our dailies are today. Dailies are mine and destroy capsuleers. So no problems there. I do have a bunch of ore we could take back, but if we're going to mine more, there's no sense in me taking it back yet. So, what else? Good to see you guys, both of you. Appreciate you being here. I am sorry, I'm also sweating. I turned the coffee on this morning at 7 o'clock, thinking that I had another cup in the pot. I don't know why I didn't look. Probably because I'm an idiot. Okay, let's just be honest. And but sure enough, I'm running late for the stream. I go to get a cup of coffee, and there's not even a thimbleful in the coffee pot. It's nice and hot. So I had to quickly make a pot of coffee. So yeah. I'm sweating a little bit. So, and then Abigail's here with me, but she's asleep now. She's already had her breakfast, so she's relaxing and taking a nap. So, but anyway, can't forget the coffee. Exactly. Good to see you, CB Almighty. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I can't get by without the coffee. So, can't get by without the coffee. So we got a couple things we could do. So I had set my PI. So it's a good question. I had set my PI to 3 days, 23 hours when I went to Manila in order to try and maximize it. And then yesterday off stream, I set it all back to 21 hours, thinking, okay, 21 hours, that'll be good. Well, since I can't, what's up, Rena? Since I can't count, A stream was 4 hours. 21 hours makes 25 hours. So I still have 50 minutes left on all my PI. So yeah, we'll have to find something to do for 50 minutes, and then we can go back in here and see how we get this fixed. But yes, I did, honestly, I did generate quite a bit, you know, almost 1,000 blocks. So the 3 days that I had it running, I didn't generate, I generated more than half in the one day. I had it set for 4 days. Rest is fine. There you go. So, yeah, we don't need anything for mining. We just do it for the fun of it. So, but yeah, it was weird. I had it set for 3 days, 23 hours, and what I generate in one day was more than half of what I generated in 3 days, 23 hours. So that was kind of interesting. So, but yeah, if we want to put something in the in-game channel about mining, so if anybody's interested in mining, I'm game. We can do that. All this stuff is back in Ventolin, so I can't pick any of it up. But yeah, I got about an hour before them. Why not emotes when I want to use them? I have emotes. I have several emotes. So I'm not sure why you're not seeing them. I got lots of emotes. We've unlocked several because of...
Thank you.
Thanks, Rena, for the follow. We've unlocked a ton of them because of hype trains, and there's a bunch of other ones. But I believe I am. Unfortunately, I can't put them in my... I can't put them in my can from here, which is one of the problems with having everything in cans. So yeah, so I got these, and I got the... What was the other one?
I'm going to get my mining ships. Where am I going?
Ufine. But yeah, so the organic mortar was what I needed to build the MTUs, and unfortunately I can't put them in the container from Ufine. So they're there, but until I can put them in the container, they won't show up. So yeah, that's one of the problems with having things in containers. So it's when you're not in the system, that's what happens. So. But yeah, so yeah, if we want to do mining, we can do mining. If you join the in-game channel, what the game is all about. So EVE Online is a massive multiplayer online space game where you obtain skills through time, and that allows you to fly different ships, fire different weapons, things of that nature. So it has exploration, it has combat, it has PvP, it has PvE. There are missions. There are you have standings, which controls how high of the missions you can get, things of that nature. So yeah, here's my standings. This character has been around since September 23rd, 2003. So 22 years. Eve started on May, I think, 25th, 2003. So he's been around since the beginning. So 4 months after the beginning. So, but yes, you work your standings up so that you can get different level missions, things of that nature. You have agents that you can do missions with, and what else? So you can play for free. They have what they call alpha. which is how you should start. You just download the game and you can play the alpha for free. That allows you to fly up to a certain level of ships, certain level of skills, and then after that, if you want to pay, it's $20 US a month, or you can get that sometimes cheaper if you buy it in bulk and things of that nature. But yeah, it's a subscription based. But that's only if you want to go to Omega. But yeah, there is a free version. So you can't fly any of the really cool ships on the free version, but you can fly quite a few ships on the free version. So it's good to try it out that way. So no worries, Scimitar. Take your time. I think CB's coming from somewhere. So, but yeah, if you go out to Eve Online, I think it's called eve-online.com. I think that's it. No, it's a hosted game. There's only one server, so yeah, the company hosted out of Iceland, and so we don't have any private servers or anything like that. Everybody plays together. So actually, no, Scimitar will cover that. CB, appreciate it. If you want to mine, just come and mine. So yeah, we got the compression and the boost covered. So Scimitar's got the high full levels. So I think it's Eve dot dash online. Yep. Oh yes, so I do have a Discord server. Here's the Discord. There's also an in-game channel. So if you're in the game, go ahead and jump in that channel in the chat, and then I can get you invites and stuff like that from there. So, but yeah, that works out better. So, because the names most people have on Twitch and the names they have in game are not the same. But yes, I've been playing it. I haven't played nonstop for 23 years, but I have played for probably 10 to 15 of those 23. So I did take a couple sabbaticals. So, it's kind of like anything else. You get bored with stuff after a while, but Eve is one that I've always come back to. So it has probably some of the nicest graphics. Back in 2003, they were the nicest graphics. They haven't quite updated the graphics. There's Almighty. There's Almighty. There's Almighty. At least yours, I can tell. No worries. No worries. We welcome everybody, even gankers. So, yeah, it's high sec. So yeah, you have to be a suicide ganker if you want to take us out here, and we usually have quite a few. What's up, Bondar? What's up, Bondar? What's up, Blue Gray? So, yeah, no, if you want to, it takes a while to download. It's a very large client, so it will take a while to download, but I stream 5 days a week at this time. And yeah, it doesn't take a whole lot of arm twisting to get me to love the get me to do some mining. So yeah, so mining is a great way to start out, make some money. So if you think I think you're going to love the Catalyst, the new one. Yeah, funny name for an amazing mining update. Yeah, I thought the same thing. So well, I appreciate that, Almighty. Appreciate that. So. But yeah, everyone is welcome. We do a mining event every Monday night, America time, Tuesday morning, Philippines time. I'm in the Philippines, and so yeah, I'm a retired American living in the Philippines permanently now, and my wife is a Filipina who lived with me in America for 20 years, and I promised her when we retired we would move to the Philippines. So we did that in April, and we have been loving it. So even with the earthquakes and the typhoons and the volcanoes. where we live is 90%, 99% protected from all of those. So, but nobody else lives here, so it's kind of weird. So, but yes, so yeah, every Monday night we do a full mining event that people actually show up for, and then on any regular day. So this Monday night I actually missed. We had a power outage here, and so yeah, so we did mining yesterday, and we can do mining today. It doesn't take a whole lot of arm twisting to get me to mine, so it's not a problem. So yep, doesn't take a whole lot of arm twisting, and that's a great way to make money, especially as a new player. So I am one of the biggest Eve mine streamers. Well, I appreciate that. I saw Steve was on, so Steve's always got me beat. So, but yeah, Steve might have taken off now. Oh, yeah, looks, no, he's still on. Yep, yep, yep. But yeah, we enjoyed streaming came natural. So, streaming came natural. So, thanks, Blue Gray. Seth, what's up, buddy? How do you intend to lead the fleet? So, if you guys send me a message in the in-game channel, I will get you guys invites. And then Scimitar is going to boost for us. And no, definitely not the biggest miner. No, that's definitely goes without saying. I mine primarily because I'm a builder. I consider myself an industrialist, and so from that perspective, I mine just to keep my minerals up. But Almighty, let me know which ones are your alts, and I'll get them invited too. Scimitar's getting loaded up. I saw Al was in here. Let me get him an invite, see if he wants to join us. May as well get everybody in here. I just mines, good. All right. ALMC1, okay. All right. All right. Al rejected. All right. Let me know if I missed anybody. I think I just got the last one. Just be happy and bring in my whole mining fleet. All are welcome. All are welcome. We've got about 20 belts in this system. So it's a good system for it. Unfortunately, somebody's been mining a lot of them out ahead of us here lately. So no worries. I'm sorry, Al. I hope you had said that you were over the other sickness, so sorry about that. Hopefully it's not coming back. 24 accounts. My goodness. 24 accounts. I have to do all the bundle deals in order to make my two affordable. Of course, I'm retired, so it makes it a little bit different. But 24 accounts, way to go. Yeah, you must have a pretty good rig to be able to even run that many. All right. So 115 Almighty didn't respond. So let me know and I'll send another invite. Yep, I got it. I just sent it. All right. So yeah, let me know if I missed anybody. I see Legos out there, but I haven't seen him. There's Zarkan. Let me get him. All right, Blue Gray, you're welcome to join us. How are you feeling about the Pioneer Mining Arc and the Odysseus Mining Battlecruiser? I haven't looked at them, so, but yeah, they any mining update sounds like a positive thing to me. So they haven't had a big mining update in a long time, so. As long as they don't screw stuff up, which they have a tendency of doing from time to time, so. But here's where we are. You need a positive standing, not a positive standing, but you need a non-severe negative standing with Galente so they don't shoot you. It is high sec. Between the expedition and the barge. That sounds perfect. I heard it's a destroyer, so that's cool. We haven't had a mining destroyer in a long time. I remember mining in a destroyer way back. So yeah, so that's good. But yeah, I think that's coming. Is it November? November 18th? Khaleesi, thanks for the raid.
FBI, open up!
Khaleesi, thanks for the raid. Appreciate ya. Sorry, I got to make sure that I spell her name right. That's always a tricky one. So, welcome Raiders. Xurdaben, good to see ya. Welcome Raiders. Any friend of Khaleesi's a friend of mine. If you guys aren't following Khaleesi's another good Eve streamer. So, check her out. Actually, if you see them in here, they're a good Eve streamer. So. But yes, appreciate the raid, Khaleesi. Appreciate the raid. We are actually doing another mining fleet today. Yeah, we're actually doing a mining fleet today. So let me make a new squad. All right. Okay. Need 2 invites. Gotcha. Give me a second. All right. There's Mako. And Dachi. All right. I think I got them both. I did a short stream. Had some CSM chats this morning. I'm hoping I might get on CSM. Good job. Good job. Position filled. Okay. Yeah, so I tried to move I Just Mines to Squad 2, and it didn't take. Said he didn't respond, so. Any plans to take up skinning the new mining vessels? Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, Khaleesi does some skins. Cool. I may have some skinning materials for you, Khaleesi. So I can't seem to find anyone else to give them to. So all right. And actually, I wanted you up there, Scimitar. There we go. All right. I think I got everybody. Everybody sorted. All right. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely. I don't have anyone. I used to have Kickin. And Kickin hasn't been around in a while, and he actually said he has a ton of them. So he told me the last time I talked to him to find somebody else to give them to. So yeah, I'll start sending them your way. So I'll start sending them your way. So, but yeah, that sounds great. I made a toothless avatar after the dragon. There you go. Mmm, coffee. Nectar of the gods. Battle Cruiser looks pretty neat, and the bonuses are right up my alley. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it had some gas ones, which sounded like something you would enjoy. So, sounded like something you would enjoy. So yeah, Blue Gray, let me know if you want to invite. Once again, we're doing a mining event. We are in Ufiend. Everybody is welcome. We provide the boost. We provide the compression. All you got to do is come and mine your heart out. So you keep everything. No charge, no donations, no tips. It's just all fun. But yeah, so like I said, it's in Calente space, so you need a above, semi-positive standing with Calente. All right, no worries. No worries, no worries. I figured you're usually busy, so but I always want to make sure that you know you're invited. So but yeah, so no, you're always good. You're always good. So I'm gonna find us a belt. We'll find out if it's just Mondays or in this case it was actually Tuesday night yesterday. So and they were pretty still mined out. So we'll see what Wednesday night looks like. I'm trying to think of where we left off. I think we were at 4. So let's go to 5. Nope, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. If we were at 4, then we'd go to 3. Let's do 3.
Warp drive active.
Girl Pilot, good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you guys being here. We're going to do a little bit more mining today. Since I missed the mining event this week because of a power outage, which I have a battery backup. So power outages should not be a problem. But if I don't plan ahead, they are. So in this case, I had already burned half my battery before stream time started. So yeah, not realizing that it was going to be a 12-hour power outage. So hindsight's always 20/20. So for that we're going to probably mine all week to make up for missing the one mining event. So cool. You excited for the new mining destroyer? I am and I'm not. I am excited because it's a mining update, and mining updates are few and far between in the 23 years I've been on here. They do not show up half as often as they should, but we'll have to see how it goes. So, second alpha mining ship, yep. So yeah, it'll be nice since it is an alpha ship. That will be very nice because yeah, they have really kind of shafted the miners with alpha. You can only mine an adventure for crying out loud if you're on alpha. So that'll be nice. So that's a good positive. But we'll have to see. These updates, they've gotten better. But the updates, there's usually some tweaks that need to happen before they get to where they really are qualified. So that's good. be nice. The mining crystals they have now are kind of weirdly done, so that'll help too. So that's good. That's good. But yeah, we'll have to see how it turns out. But I am actually, if any of you are, let me switch over to fleet. If any of you are around, I am in belt 3, 7-3. There are some NPC miners out here, but they won't bother us. So, Rui, good to see you. At this moment, I haven't seen anything that's negative, but I have been playing EVE for 23 years, and I've been through a lot of updates, so there always turns out to be something negative that they didn't publish, or they didn't implement right, or things of that nature. So yeah, so we'll see how it works out once they get it out there. Like I said, they have done a lot better in recent months. But anytime they add a new ship, there's always a lot of tweaking that's done to it after the fact. So, but yeah, we'll see how it turns out. I've been through a lot of updates with CCP, so I'm critical of updates. So, probably overly critical. When it comes to miners, they're not known for doing positive things for miners. So this one's being touted as a positive mining update. That's great, but many years ago when they removed the third miner from the Hulk and the other mining barges, they touted that as a positive mining update as well, and it was not. So yeah, so from that perspective. But like I said, it looks very positive. I'm excited to see it implemented and see if they actually, do all they're saying they're going to do. So, but I am skeptical. I have been through a lot of updates with CCP, and 90% of them have not been anywhere near what they advertised. So, but Scimitar's out here, so we've got our boost. We'll have our boost going in a second. So if any of you want to mine, we're out here. So I'm also kind of surprised that CCP is doing this at this time, given that they're trying to sell EVE. So it's kind of a strange thing for them to be doing while they're trying to sell it. So, but like I said, I am hopefully optimistic. Hopefully optimistic. I was thinking that if they open up Battle Royale, it would focus on increased PvP destruction, increased productivity, and demand for industry. Yep. I build ships. So the more ships that get destroyed, the more money I make. So can't go wrong there. And that means more mining. So, and if they add boost to mining, that, like I said, it's been a long time since we've had a mining boost. So it's been a long time since we've had a mining boost. So let me get Kragan out here, because that probably would help out if I actually bring him out here. So Blue Gray says there's actually a mass test on Singularity tomorrow. So that might be worth checking out. $1630 to $1900. Okay, so that's opposite my stream time. But yeah, maybe I will check that out. Because that might be worth it. Check that out. Alright. If you guys want, you can warp to me. I'm already kind of positioned in the belt. And actually, with Scimitar's boost, you can pretty much be anywhere in the belt. Yeah, I was going to check that out also. Yeah, that might be, like I said, it's a shame it's not during the streaming time, because I could actually do it during the stream time, and that would give everybody the opportunity to see it. But We'll take the good with the bad. So, yep. But yeah, I think that'll be a good one because that's also a good way, and that's something that they've been doing a lot better as well. In the old days, they didn't put the updates on Singularity ahead of time. They just kind of waited to it. So, yeah, that's right in the middle of my wife time. So, pop-up stream might cause some problems in house bond. So, but yeah, we may try. If she gets on the phone with one of her sisters, that's usually a 2-hour ordeal. So we could probably do that. So yeah. But yeah, we will be looking at that Xurdaben. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. So it looks like, oh no, they're still here. I was gonna say it looked like the NPC miners took off, but no, they're still there. I just can't see. Alright, so this one's the same as the one yesterday, where there's a ton of Scordite, but not the others. Which is kind of strange. But that's okay. But yeah, so we may see if we can do something along those lines. That would be nice. I need to mark that down. 1600. 1630. So right now it is 1:18. So 1630 would be 15 hours from now. So 15 hours from now would be midnight my time. So yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. Because that'll really get me in trouble. She'll probably be sleeping. But if I'm up playing a game while she's sleeping, oh my lord. My wife is not a gamer. Not a gamer at all. Doesn't understand the appeal of gaming. And we have come to an understanding when it comes to gaming and shopping. She's a shopper. I don't understand the appeal of shopping. My goal in shopping is to get in, find what I need, and get out as quickly as possible. See if I can break the record from the last trip. And my wife will go shopping for 15, 20 hours and buy nothing, which I see as a complete waste of time. Her, on the other hand, sees gaming and sitting and playing Eve for 15, 20 hours as a complete waste of time, which I see as the ultimate relaxation. So yeah. So we have agreed to disagree on those two. So unfortunately, I can't con her to go shopping at midnight. So here in the Philippines, there's the one biggest difference other than cost. It is very, 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 very much cheaper here in the Philippines to live than it was in America. But the second biggest difference is convenience. In America, you could go shopping at midnight. In fact, it was very common. A lot of people did it so that they could avoid people. But here in the Philippines, you have trouble shopping at 6 p.m. at night. Because everything here closes at like 9. It's like 9 to 5. And sometimes they're not even open 9 to 5. Sometimes they take lunch breaks. So you get 9 to 5 in there. No, I don't believe so. A moon compressor, I think, is one that has to be installed in a station. I believe, but don't quote me on that. I haven't done any moon mining. It is one of the few minings I have not done, and we've talked about setting up a station to do that. But I believe it is the moon compressor is on a station. And so that's why if you look around, there's a lot of stations that are named Moon Mining and that kind of stuff, and they're positioned near a moon that they can regularly mine and things of that nature. So, and yeah, that's a big setup process. So, but showed up with moon ore in my hold. Yeah, you could always stop at the station and drop it there, and then you can pick it up later. Because once we compress this, it'll compress it down to quite a bit. So, but yeah, that way, yeah, it'll sit here in the station for you. It won't go anywhere. So, Scimitar, I don't know what the radio thing was. Sorry if I missed a comment there, but But yeah, ALMC's here. Welcome. Music. Oh, music. There you go. Yes, sorry. Forgot the music, guys. Sorry about that. Very unprofessional of me. There we go. So this is the other feature that people say they like about my stream is I have 80s and 90s music. Best era for music. If you guys are younger, I apologize, but hands down, 80s and 90s were the best music era that I have survived. So, and this is my theme song to my wife. Then Came You. One of my favorites. She literally saved my life. I never knew love before. Then came you. Then came. And you'll also get some singing. So I apologize about the singing. I'm not a good singer, but I love to sing. So. It was one of the reasons I was worried about putting music on my stream. The number one reason was my video on demand. Because Twitch and YouTube, I post to both Twitch and YouTube. And Twitch and YouTube are both very sensitive about copyrighted music. Imagine that. So, but even though I'm paying to play it on my stream, it's still considered copyrighted, which, okay. As I pay for my Spotify subscription, but I guess that only gives me the right to listen to it. It doesn't give you guys the right to listen to it. Okay. But, be that as it may. We got our dailies. Not that we needed them. We already completed for the month, but that never a problem to pass up 10,000 skill points. Can't go wrong with that. Okay, so that's cool. So the Orca can do moon compression. You just have to have a different compressor. But good to know. I never knew love before. Then came you. Then came you. I never knew love before. Then came you. Then came you. Then came you. Sorry about that music, Scimitar. Thanks for the reminder. Appreciate it, Almighty. But yeah, once again, if any of you would like to join us, we are mining in Ufine, which is in Galente space, high-sec mining. All are welcome. We are providing the boost. We're providing the compression. You take whatever ore you mine and do with it as you please. No charge, no tips, no nothing. Just good, clean fun. Easy to make some money if you're, especially if you're a new player. Sounds good, Almighty. Thanks again. And then I know just when to dream. Doesn't seem like it's shuffling. Yeah, it's not. Somehow shuffle got turned off. But that's okay. Abigail's here laying down, sleeping. So once she wakes up, I'll have her say hello to you guys. I need to get an Abigail cam. Maybe that'll be my next purchase. I'll get an Abigail cam. I've seen people, they have a cam on their dog or their fish tank, which is pretty cool. Puppy dog spoiled. She is spoiled. In fact, I've been trying. I convinced the wife she really needs to lose some weight, because I don't want the same thing to happen to her that happened to Benedict. Now that I realize it's actually a real disease. Now I had I think I figured I had 7 dachshunds. Abigail's my 7th, and out of the 7, I've had one that had the PPD, which is the back problem where, and that was right before we moved here to the Philippines. Our other dog Benedict had to be put down because of it, and very devastating for both of us, especially for her first dog ever. She never had any pets for 40 years, actually 50 years. And yeah, so her first pet, so I remember the first one. So but yeah, we had they wanted, in America they wanted 20 grand for the surgery, and it had a 60% effectiveness of success rate. So, and we were a month from moving to the Philippines, which they don't, like I said, convenience is one of the ones here that we gave up. We gave up a lot of convenience, so didn't want to put him through that, and he would have had at least a 6-month to a year recovery from the surgery. So, and he would have also had to travel to the Philippines, which he was overweight, which is where Abigail's at now. She's not as heavy as he was, but she's much more smaller boned than he was. So yeah, so I think we made the right decision, but I still question that one every once in a while. I miss him, so. He was my dog. He was my bestest buddy. If you want, they're out on Twitch. I have some clips of him. Oh, he was a fantastic dog. So yeah, but yeah, Abigail's a good girl. Yeah, Abigail's a good girl. She's just an antisocial girl. She's my first female. I've always done males in the past. And she's out of the 7, she was the only female. So, but every one of the 7 had been diagnosed with the PPD, and Benedict was the only one that actually had it. So all the others was just a false diagnosis, which is where the vet goes. It's a flaw with the breed, so they're long-haired dachshunds. So the dachshunds as a whole are prone more to the back problems, and so.
The asteroid is depleted.
But yeah, so Huey Lewis in the news. But yeah, even with them being prone to it, they're still my favorite breed. So it's the only breed I'll probably own from here on out. So, though I've had all long hairs. So, though I'm thinking maybe a short hair might be better here in the Philippines, because unfortunately it's super hot here, and not really a good one for the long hair. So. Abigail's definitely an air conditioner dog, aren't you, girl? Yeah, I think I do need to get an Abigail cam. Get an Abigail cam. Power of love. But what else? We are supposed to close on the land we're selling on Saturday. So that's a huge one. A property we bought about 20 years ago. And that will should almost cover the down payment on our build. So wife and I are building a house here in the Philippines. We're supposed to break ground next month. So yeah, so that sale should cover, almost completely cover the down payment, which is 30%. So that's huge. But I don't completely trust the people that's buying it, because they really lowballed me on the price. And unfortunately, we're in a bad position where the development's been screwing us for 20 years. So, but they screwed us again. So, and they, as when we put ours on the market, since all the properties were sold, we put ours on the market and we put it at a good price. They then flooded the market with a whole bunch of new properties cheaper than ours. They didn't do it on purpose. They're just trying to make some more money. But yeah, unfortunately, at that point, we had a lot of people looking at ours. And then when they did that, now nobody's looking at ours. So we had to accept we're selling it to the people who live across the street from us, or that are across the street from our property. They've been wanting to buy it. They claimed they wanted to buy it so nobody would build on it. Now they're buying it for one of their family members, so one of their family members can build on it. But yeah, they really lowballed us on the price. Still a profit, but not as much profit as we should be getting. They're getting it for almost half price, which I'm pretty pissed about. But given the situation, we will probably have to wait another 2, 3, 5 years to sell it to
You're
get the
awesome.
full price. So because of that, we figured we'd go ahead and do it. So Drachenhort, thanks for the subscription, buddy. Appreciate you. Good morning. Got up early today. But yeah, I came to terms with it. We're still making a profit. We're just not making as much of a profit as we should be making. And like I said, it will almost completely cover our down payment. So a third of our build, which is pretty phenomenal. So we have the money for the whole build, but it'll be nice to take it from something else and save it. So that's really nice. But like I said, I'm a little skeptical because of the way they screwed us. So we're supposed to get the money on Saturday and turn over all the paperwork to them that will allow them to then transfer it to their name. But I'm a little skeptical. So what do they say? Trust but verify. So yeah. So They tried to convince us that a personal check would be better, which my wife was more than willing to accept. And I was like, yep, you forgot to go to bed, Factorio. You know, it's weird. That is the one game I have not been able to get into. And I don't know why. Everybody says that I would love it. But a few times, I've only played, I think, like a demo. And it was years ago. And I did not enjoy it. I don't know why. Because a lot of the games that I play are very similar. And I may need to give it another try just because. Because a lot of you guys have talked about it. But I'm that way with RimWorld. When I play RimWorld, it's like one more thing, one more thing, one more thing. And then it's 12 hours later. You guys have seen it. We usually do a RimWorld stream on Friday. And I don't know if we're going to do it this week since I've already missed 2 days this week. But I will, as of now, I will be streaming Friday. Or Thursday night your time. Which is the last stream of the week. I was thinking we were going to settle on the property on Friday, but they actually called us last night and said they prefer Saturday. So, which also made me skeptical because if they give us a personal check on Saturday, we can't cash it till Monday, which gives them more than enough time to transfer the money out of the account and not have it there. And it's a very large check. So I told her no, we definitely want to go with a bank check, what they call a manager's check. So, but yeah, sorry you're still up, Drachenhort. You got to be exhausted. But yeah, I may need to give Factorio another try. I don't remember if I might have even bought it. Let me check. No, it doesn't look like I did. So it must have been a demo. Yeah, it must have been. It got a slow start. Suddenly you forget to sleep, eat, and such. It's called Cracktorio for a reason. Yeah, that's RimWorld too. I mean, RimWorld's always one more thing, one more thing, one more thing. And then, yeah. Actually, and you guys have seen it. I think the last RimWorld stream I did ended up being 6 hours. You know, I usually shoot for a 4-hour stream. If the wife's not around, I can get away with it a little longer. But I think it went 6 hours because I just couldn't stop. Like, one more thing, one more thing, one more thing. So. But yeah, I may have to see. Maybe I'll put it on my wish list. And if it goes on sale. Oop. Yeah, I don't want to show info. I know the info. Oop. Cracktorio. That's a good one. Oh. Sorry, ads are on. Alone tonight. Yeah, that's the other reason. Factorio Space Age. Good God, that's $35. Yeah, it's $35. Overwhelmingly positive, but there is a demo. Yeah, I think I'll do the demo again. But yeah. $35. Oh, man. And then it's got a Space Age one, which is also $35. So the Philippines is doing great. Ironically, we are in the rainy season. But it didn't rain yesterday. It's not scheduled to rain today or tomorrow. Now, the weather changes every like 15 minutes. So I think my phone said that could be partial showers today. So, but yeah, if it does go 3 days without rain, that is the longest we've had since July without rain. So yeah, yesterday was hot. We were back in the 90s. which I'm not a fan of. And the sun, they call it the laser beam here. The sun is like really brutal. So being a fair-skinned guy, I gotta watch myself. So, but luckily, about the only time I get outside is when I take Abigail outside. So it works out pretty good. All right, so there's the industrial core that I built for Al. So I need to get that over here to him. Data analyzer, okay.
Is depleted.
All right. I'm forever yours. My goodness. It's not telling me that these are shutting off. Extra boost is here. Excellent. Can never go wrong with extra boosts. Thanks, Almighty. Alright, so Factoria demo has finished downloading, so that wasn't too bad. That was only like less than 5 minutes. So yeah, I'll give the demo a try. You talked me into it, Drachenhort. I'm actually trying to play more games at the same time to try and keep me from getting too bored with one single game. Because that's what always happens, is I play one game and I focus on it and then I get bored with it. And then I always have to do some others, so. New expansion for Eve looks promising. We were talking about that earlier. It does. Unfortunately, I've been through a lot of Eve expansions. And very rarely do they meet up to the hype. So I am optimistically skeptical. But I'm hopeful that that's just me being overly negative. My Macs are worth as much as Scimitar Orcas each. So definitely going to protect them. Yep, no worries. No worries. We don't have, that's one nice thing about HiSec. We don't have any problems here. Every once in a while we'll get a ganker that comes along, but usually because of the size of the fleet, they just, sometimes they'll bump us or something else, but yeah. Because I'm a streamer, it attracts a lot of gankers. They like to try and gank on stream so that they can get a clip added to their montage, but they never get the reaction out of me that they like, so. Yeah, but it does look big. Looks really big. And it's a mining update, which we haven't had in a long time. The last mining update, if I'm correct, I believe, was when they removed the extra miner from the mining barges. So definitely, they called that a positive mining update too, so, but. Yeah. Yeah, I am interested to give the new destroyer a try. In fact, we were just talking about that on oops, sorry, wrong channel. On Singularity tomorrow, they will be doing a test. So I may try and check it out. Yeah. Oh, they did it. Oh, they did it today? Mining stuff. Interested in the mining destroyer. Yeah. Yeah. It will be good to check out. And it's supposed to also be an alpha. So which is kind of nice. Oh, yeah, a little bit ago. Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit ago. Drachenhort just got here, so unfortunately that's what happens a lot with the streams, is we rehash things over and over and over again, so. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Blue Greg, because I was thinking I probably need to get in on the ground level to get one of those BPOs for those destroyers, because they're going to be pretty popular. Yeah, like I said, I'm optimistically skeptical, but it does sound like it's a good positive for mining, and if it turns out as well as they say, I will definitely be on board. So, but yeah, I've been through a lot of CCP updates and expansions, and
The asteroid is depleted.
rarely do they live up to the hype. Probably 90% do not. So yeah, so because of that, I'm a little skeptical, but they've been getting better. They've been getting better. So, but the fact that they're trying to sell it also makes this kind of a strange timing. So, yeah. So yeah, so makes it kind of a strange timing. So I'm kind of curious. You will need to drop a 5 deployable to make the 10% yield 100%. Oh, that's cool. So there you go. So there'll be a lot of people forgetting the deployables. Yeah, so the deployables, that's another one. Yeah. Another good BPO opportunity. So, because when it comes to deployables, people always leave them laying around. Yeah. 6 charges per. Okay. Mm. Yeah, I definitely need to read up on it. Yeah, I do need to, but we were talking about that yesterday. I do a lot of reading, but very rarely do I read Eve related stuff. Hey, Lego, what's up? I only had to scan mine down twice. Over 4 characters in the last 2 days. Completed 4 tracks. Good job, Lego. Good job. And good to see you today. We're out here mining if you want to join us. I'm trying to make up for missing the mining event this week. Since I'm a worthless POS. Come out, Virginia. Don't let me wait. Catholic girls start much too late. Oh, but sooner or later it comes down to fate. I might as well will be the one. Well, they showed you the statue, showed you the way. We do devil and I to wait. Oh, but they never told you the price that you pay. The things that you might have done. Only the good die young. That's what I said. Only the good die young. Only the good die young. Or I run with the dangerous crowd. We ain't too pretty, we ain't too proud. Might be laughing a bit too loud. Oh, but that never hurt no one. Steve, what's up, buddy? Yes, it is a good song. Probably made worse by me singing it, though, but no characters and see what it looks like to work on the track for them. There you go. Clock is ticking, yeah. It looks like we still have... Yeah, it says we still got 13 days, so... I usually wait till the last week, and then I bang it out. Party on your confirmation. Oh, got a brand new soul. Oh, and a cross of gold. Virginia, they didn't give you quite enough information. Oh, didn't count on me. Wrong one. I hate when I target it with the wrong one. Rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. Sinners have much more fun. Only the good die young. Well, that's what happened. I targeted the wrong asteroids. Some days just doesn't pay to get out of bed. Bum, 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 bum. Gotta sing along. There you go. There you go. My biggest concern for putting music on my stream was was my video on demand and YouTube and getting blocked because of that. But the second one was me singing along. I was afraid I might lose viewers. I get a lot of "don't quit your day job." So yeah. Only the good die young. That's what I said. Only the good die young. Only the good die young. Hanger says only 1.7 billion for the 4 characters combined. Most of that will probably expire after the event, but did it for the Plex. There you go. Yeah, you can't beat the Plex. Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty high on the market for a while. Everybody wanting to buy it right fresh out of the gate, which is another one where you could really make a ton of money if you get in on the ground floor. So hot-blooded. Love me some Foreigner. Bum, 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 bum. I think I'm going to need another cup of coffee here in a minute. We got a while for the ads, so I have to pace myself. To know what I have is mine. And Steve, sorry I didn't say earlier, but thanks for being here. Secret rendezvous. And Lego, always good to see you, buddy. Hot-blooded, check it and see. Got a fever of 103. My eyes always constantly watering. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I got ingrown hair or something. Eve streams are always a good time. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing fantastic. But I hope everyone's doing well as well. But then I've got kind of a market on the fantastic side. So I'm retired at 57, living in a tropical paradise with a smoking hot wife. So I'm kind of blessed. It's been a rough week, but always glad to be here. Appreciate it, Lego. Appreciate it. Sorry it was a rough week. I keep telling you, you gotta find a way to pull that retirement trigger. Because I have never been happier. Never been happier. In fact, my company called me the other day, so we've been here 6 months as of October 11th. We've been here 6 months, and my company called me. Actually, the guy got on the stream and told me, he called me and I ignored it, and then he got on the stream and said, "Hey, I need you to call me." So I muted you guys and called him back, and it was so refreshing to be able to tell him, you know what, I don't remember what I did. That was 6 months ago. I have no idea what I did. I said it should be in the notes. I gave him some suggestions which worked and helped him, get the thing accomplished. But I was very afraid that without my job, I was going to feel worthless, because so much was tied to my work, valuation, and I was really good at my job, and they were very upset about me retiring, especially at 57. But considering they really didn't take care of me for the 25 years I worked there, they got more out of me than I got out of them. But I made a good living, so I can't complain. But yeah, it's not worked. It's been rough. Oh, sorry about that, Lego. Yeah. How is Mom doing? If you see Jackson on again, he went through something very similar to what you're going through. So you might chat with him. He probably 6 months ago, give or take. Same type of thing. So. But yeah, that's. I lost both my parents years ago, and I don't wish that on any of you guys. It did make it easier to retire to the Philippines, but other than that, because it was one thing I didn't have to worry about there. But cash for trash, that space. Did you try turning it off and on again? Always works, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Dragor. My eye? Eh. It does always work, though. We're about done with this belt, so. Flying through it. Flying through it. And of course, Kragan's over here picking his nose. If you're going to multi-box, you really got to do it better. Yeah. So I lost my mom 11 and a half months ago from cancer. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Xurdaben. Yeah, mine have been quite a while. My mom was 5 years ago. My dad was over 10 years ago. But,
The asteroid is depleted.
we were talking about that yesterday. If you do still have your parents with you, I definitely recommend calling them. Because that's the one thing that I really wish I could do. I never called my father enough when he was alive. And, but yeah, same with mine. Same with mine. But yeah. But I really wish I had called him more. So, he always complained I didn't call him that much. And now that I can't, it kind of sobering. So, my dad was 9 years ago, also cancer. Every day Mom tells me she wished it was her instead. Yeah, I think, and this is my opinion, but I think it's, in my experience, if the wife dies first, the husband is not far behind. But if the husband passes away, the wife usually manages better. And so, I've told my wife that, as selfish as it kind of is, I kind of hope I go first. And more than likely I will. She's older than me by a couple years, but yeah, she's definitely in better health. Present things going on excluded, but bad minds. Dead Minds, thanks for the raid, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. Welcome, Raiders. Appreciate ya. If you guys aren't following Dead Minds, give him a follow. Another great Eve streamer. Oh yeah, we're almost done with this belt. In fact, I think I'm gonna ignore these. Yeah, I think I'm gonna ignore those. Oops. Alright, oops. I was petrified. And I grew strong. And I learned how to get along. New Eden, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Like I said, welcome, Raiders. Appreciate you guys. Any friend of Dead Minds is a friend of mine. We're just out here mining. I missed our weekly mining event because of a scheduled power outage here in the Philippines that I was unaware of. Doesn't matter if it's scheduled or not. You actually have to read their Facebook page to know that it's scheduled. So, duh. But I have a battery backup that I use and I can run my stream off of. It'll last the whole length of my stream. But I thought it was a temporary power outage, so I used the battery backup to screw around on my computer. And then when I realized it was going to be a 12-hour outage, I was like, oh crap, I don't have enough to do my stream now. So I had to cancel Monday night, American time, Tuesday morning here in the Philippines. So I apologize for that. So in an effort to make up for it, we've been mining every day. So every day's a viewer mining event. So you guys are welcome to join us. We're in Ufine, which is in Galente space. So you want at least a non-majorly negative status with Galente, so they don't shoot at you. But yeah, we're out here mining, and we're about to change belts because we've been working on this one pretty heavily. So, and it's almost gone. So, excuses. Exactly. Yeah, that is probably one of the big ones here in the Philippines. Is the power infrastructure is not good. So the house we're building, we're supposed to break ground next month on our build. The house we're building is going to be fully solar powered because solar here is a no-brainer. There's like 14 hours, 15 hours of sunlight, so we're right here near the equator. But let me compress this, and then let's go to, we're at 3, so I'm going to go down to 2. 7.2. All right. I'm going to send Craig in, and that way we can fleet warp once he gets over there and figures out if everything's good. But yeah, so the power is one. And like I said, I have an EcoFlow, which I'm very happy with. Very happy with. Best $1,000 I've ever spent. It was actually less than that, but give or take. I think it ran me about 800, but yeah, it'll run my internet and the stream for a good 4 hours, give or take. And but I do have to plan ahead so that I don't use it up ahead of time. So yeah, so and that's one that I don't always do well. So, but yeah, so normally when we lose power here, which we lose probably once, anywhere from 2 to 5 times a month, we lose power. And it's usually for an hour or two. But they do scheduled ones where they actually trim the trees and everything. They don't have, it's a little strange here in the Philippines, they don't have a way to segregate. So when they need to trim the trees away from the wires, they have to shut down all the cities. And so there's no power for 12 hours while they trim the trees, which in America they have, they've segregated it so that doesn't happen, which is kind of nice. But yeah, here they haven't quite mastered that. So the rats are cleared. So if you guys want, you can either warp to Kragan, or you can wait. And when Scimitar and Almighty have their stuff shut down after we clear the belt, which is probably cleared now, then almost. We're on the last asteroid. When they've shut their stuff down, I will fleet warp us all to Kragan, which will work out. Spectre, what's up, buddy? Booga, my goodness, you guys are powerhousing me. All right, let me get you guys some shout outs. Spectre, I'll get you here in a second once Booga's time's out. I think it's got a 3-minute timeout, so. If you guys aren't following Spectre or Booga, both great Eve streamers, please give them a follow. I don't usually get to 1 minute 37 seconds, so I don't usually get to. All right, I don't usually get to raid Booga because he's usually on the opposite side of me, but I do get to raid Spectre on quite a few occasions. So, all right, I'm gonna fleet warp us all to Kragan. So,
Earth drive active.
and then this is what I always enjoy seeing us in this formation. Now, it looks like there's only 2 of us here now. Oh no, there's a 3rd one there. Oh, 4th one. There you go. And then the orcas will be behind us, so they'll come in here in a minute. So, all right, awesome sauce. A monkey on my back. Yeah, somebody's tearing up the plague. All right. Huh. So yeah, if you're not following them, definitely give them a follow. I usually, on quite a few occasions, I get to raid Spectre. So, and we may end up raiding him today. So, if he's going to be on, so we'll definitely take a look for him since he stopped in to say hello. So, always like to reward that. And then Dead Minds, if you're not following Dead Minds, definitely give them a follow. All right. Get it set up here, so we're back to working. We'll tear up this one. This one's got a lot less plague. But yeah, Spectre, let me know if you're going to be on. I'll definitely give you a raid here when we finish up in a couple hours, about 2.5 more hours. And we'll see, because the wife's actually away. So if she's not home, we may end up going a little longer. I always try to give as much back as I can when I can. As I said, she's the best thing that ever happened to me. But if she's away, and today she is, running some errands, getting checked out after her recent panic. It's me. Good to see you. When the wife's away, it's time to play. Exactly. Yeah, the wife, as we mentioned earlier, the wife is not a gamer. So yeah. I don't get as much computer time as I would like. So gotta take it when I can. So gotta take it when I can. So said I listened to him by myself. Today's music ain't got the same song. I like that old time of rock and roll. So yeah, it's me. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. I'm about to need another cup of coffee. I don't know if I'm gonna make the ad break. Just soothes the soul. Days of old. Bow, 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 bow. 2 cups. You like spending time in that bathroom. Yeah, it does go through me. But, that's good, because then I get more exercise, and they're big cups. So yeah, it's almost a whole pot. I drink all but a little bit in the bottom of the pot. Which ours is a filterless coffee pot. It has a mesh filter, but that lets the grounds through something horrible. So I put a paper filter in it. Unfortunately, since it's filterless, the paper filter is not made for it. So it sometimes, flops over or whatever when it gets wet, and sometimes the coffee grounds go through. So it's nice to have that little bit at the bottom, because that's where all the coffee grounds end up, if there are any. So, but yeah, it's about a pot a day. So 12-cup pot from America. I guess it's a Filipino coffee pot, but it's ironically measured in cups, which is strange. Everything here is metric, except for that. Makes 4 cups. There you go. Yeah, see, that would probably get me 1 glass. So, one of these guys. So, ooh, I hate that I double up with paper filter too. Yeah. When it said that it was filterless and that you didn't need a filter, I thought fantastic. And then the first time I used it, there were so many coffee grounds in it. I was like, this isn't filterless. This is worthless. So I think I've tried 2 different types of filters to try and get it to work, and unfortunately, they only sell filters in packs of 50, which I make a pot a day during the week. I don't drink the coffee on the weekends. Give my body a chance to recover from all the overload, and also as Skimitar said, keep me from running to the bathroom, kind of get me caught up. But yeah, so 5 days a week, and so 50. That take what's that? 10 weeks. So yeah, close to half a year. So, but yeah, these ones they work okay, but they have some smaller ones. I think I'm gonna try next. See if they don't fall over and as much, but like I said, it always ends up with a little bit at the bottom of the pot, so it's good. The wife prefers instant coffee, which frankly I don't understand. I said I'm brewing coffee and we're doing Seattle's best, which I mean, Well, it doesn't get much better than that. Here we're here in the Philippines having Seattle's best coffee. Come on. Win, 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 win. But yeah, she prefers her instant Nescafe, which I've never been an instant coffee guy. My crystal broke. Hate when that happens. Every little thing she does is magic. 1,000 times a day, ask her if she'll marry me in some old-fashioned way. Oh, my silent fear is a good thing. Must I always be alone? Alright, we're flying through these belts. Once again, we're out here mining in Ufine, which is in Galente space, high-sec mining. We provide the boost, we provide the compression. Whatever you mine is yours to do with as you please. No charge, no tips, no nothing. We provide all of it. So feel free to join us out here. Jump in the in-game channel. I can get you an invite. There's the in-game channel. But everyone's welcome. Everyone's welcome. More the merrier. More the merrier. Oop. What else? So as mentioned earlier, we're on our second day of no rain. And they're saying that tomorrow, they're saying it won't rain today and it won't rain tomorrow. Though my phone actually said there's a possibility of showers today, but it's almost always wrong. So, but yeah, so if that happens, that will be the longest spell we've had since July. And we're in the rainy season here in the Philippines. With no rain. It normally rains every day. Not all day. I see it more like Hawaii. Actually, a little more than Hawaii. Because Hawaii, it rains every day, but only rains for like 15 minutes. But more and less than a Seattle, where it rains so much. But so dry here under a burn ban. Yep. Yeah, that makes it hard. I remember that in America. Somebody throws a cigarette out the window and it ends up burning down all of LA. So too familiar, and I don't see you anymore. Oh. In times of trouble, could have come this far. Ooh. I'll take the bad times. I'll take you just the way you are. Yeah, that's never good. We don't have too much of that. Like I said, it's a tropical area, so it's very wet, very humid. That's the biggest thing I've had to deal with is the humidity. Outside of the air conditioner, I am constantly sweating. So even during the rainy season. So I'm either soaking wet from the rain or soaking wet from the sweat. Either way, still soaking wet. So
The asteroid is depleted.
never want to work that hard. But I am loving it here in the Philippines. Definitely recommend it. Do have to give up a lot of convenience. But honestly, I'm not sure. I think that convenience is overrated. Because the stress that comes from that convenience is one of those. We were talking about that earlier. I can go shopping at midnight in America, but I'm not sure that's a good thing. Here, I have trouble buying anything, fast food, anything, after 6 o'clock. Fast food drive-thrus are open, but to get something delivered or something along those lines, yeah, it's just crazy. And in our case, we're out in the province, so if I want scotch tape or shoelaces or things of that nature, it's a 2-hour drive. So we got to plan ahead for any time we need stuff. So like my wife today, she was headed halfway to Lipa, which is where we have to go to get any non-food supplies. And so since she was headed halfway, she's just going to go to Lipa and take care of some things. So I don't know. The convenience of having Taco Bell 5 minutes away is going to be tough to live without. Yep. Dude, you got a beer in one hand, a bucket of KFC in the other. What suffering are you going to go there? Yep. I have KFC that's really close. And McDonald's. And Jollibee, which is kind of the Filipino equivalent of McDonald's. So yeah, I won't starve. That's for sure. And actually, I did find a service that will deliver till 8 o'clock. So I can get food up till 8 o'clock for delivery. And then we have grocery stores and we have a wet market. So any meat or vegetables or regular groceries we can get. But it's amazing what they don't carry. So cheese is one. I cannot get cheese here. Cheese is considered a specialty item. And I'm a big cheese guy. Want some rat cheese? Want some cheese rat? So yeah, I'm a big cheese guy. So, but I have found I can order it, which is kind of strange. But I can order it online and have it delivered in 2 to 3 days, which seems strange. But yeah, the KFC here tastes just like America. I've been shocked by that. The McDonald's does not. McDonald's is definitely different. The beef is different here. So in order to get American beef, it's fairly expensive. Fairly expensive by Filipino standards. Still cheaper than America, which doesn't make much sense. Having grown up or having lived the last 30 years in Kansas City, I missed the beef. So beef was readily available in Kansas City. Big barbecue capital. So, but yeah, so but I am getting more used to the Filipino beef. I'm getting more used to a lot of the Filipino stuff, so. But yeah, it's like I said, it's one of those, scotch tape, shoelaces, any of the non-essentials, duct tape, Band-Aids, all of that stuff we just have to plan ahead. So it's not bad. And there are definitely worse things in the world, but the relaxation here it is by far the most laid-back country I have ever been in. And that was even prior to us moving here. It was one of the reasons I considered moving here. Is the people here are happier than I have ever known anyone to be. And they are literally some of the poorest people in the world. And they are happy. Which just goes to prove that money does not buy happiness. And so you have cold water in the tap. It's all cold water. So yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. The showers are cold. So you can buy an inline water heater, but actually I've done some research, and supposedly cold showers are better for you, immunity wise and things of that nature. But yeah, money never did. But I think that's something in America that we've always, I think, even though we know it doesn't, we still rely on it way too much. And so, I worked 25 years for a company. I busted my rear end for 25 years for a company that really didn't give a damn about me. And, to pay the bills and all that. And now I'm living here for a fifth of what I lived on in America. And it's amazing. So, and I am in better health. I don't take any medications. I never did, even in America. I think I was on cholesterol medication a couple times, but I'm one of those where the cholesterol medication, I take it for 6 months and it lowers my cholesterol by 100 points, and so then I don't have to take it anymore until it creeps back up again. But yeah, I'm not on any medications, and so yeah, but we have so the water here is not drinkable. So we buy drinking water, which runs us like $10 a month for all the drinking water we can drink. And then we have a dispenser that we put it into. It comes in 5-gallon jugs, and we put it in the dispenser, and it heats and cools it, so we can get on-demand hot water and on-demand cold water. It has 2 little tanks in it that it fills up, and then it cools them or heats them. And so, unfortunately, when we don't have power, that it still dispenses water. It's just not hot or cold. But yeah, so we thought about getting a filtration system to filter the water so we could drink it, and it's cheaper to just buy the filtered water and the drinking water than it is to pay for a filtration system. And the filtration system's not perfect, so you never know that if it's really filtering it the way you want anyway. So yeah, so you're on the other side of the world, and it sounds like you live next door. Yep. Yeah, in America, I never had. We had a Brita filter, and we put our water through that just because we had hard water in Kansas City. But I never had to filter the water. Could drink it from the tap if I needed to. We did keep bottled water on hand for emergencies, that kind of stuff, because you never really knew when society, after the whole COVID thing, you were never really sure when society was going to break down and leave us all stranded. So yeah, there was some advantage to that, but always good to be prepared. But yeah, it's interesting here. So, but yeah, it's amazing in America. I think we work so hard to just pay the bills. I mean, for the majority of my career, I've worked probably 45 years. 40 years. Let's say 40 years. And, I was paycheck to paycheck. It wasn't until probably the last, I don't know, 10 maybe? Probably less. Maybe the last 5 to 7. But I really, was making a difference, putting more money away, socking it away in my 401k, that kind of thing. But yeah, we work paycheck to paycheck just to pay the bills and just barely survive. And it's kind of ridiculous. So, but yeah, I do. It's funny because I say we've given up a lot of conveniences, but I have fast food here. I have 5 fast food places, 6 if you count a pizza. I don't count pizza as fast food, but yeah, I've got 6 if you count the pizza. Fast food places, so I'm not gonna starve. And then the wet market is a couple blocks away. So we can get meat and cook it ourselves, vegetables, cook it ourselves. We got a grocery store, it's a couple blocks away. So, I have that convenience. It's only, the other things. I don't. There's no Walmarts here. Closest thing they have is called a Shoe Mart, and the closest one to us is 2 hours away. And so, so you think about, we've been spoiled in America because you can go to Walmart and you can buy everything. Now, most of the stuff you won't buy there. I don't think I ever bought meat in a Walmart because I didn't trust it. But it was kind of a one-stop shop, and it was also the cheapest because of the way they kind of shafted it to the business people. But yeah, it's amazing because I say we gave up convenience, but they really have here, they have the necessities. So you're not going to starve. But it's kind of ironic because most of the people here can't afford KFC or McDonald's or Jollibee. But so it's amazing that that those were the first things to sprout up prior to kind of a Walmart type thing. So, but yeah, that's the way it works here. So different culture, kind of different priorities. Where in America, the thing I noticed is usually the Walmart would come in and they would build up, and then the fast food places would come after that because you were at the Walmart. So, okay, put the fast food around it. So, hey, since you're already here, may as well stop at the KFC, the McDonald's, the Chick-fil-A. They do not have Chick-fil-A's here, which I am disappointed in. But I think Chick-fil-A was probably the most expensive fast food in America, so it kind of makes sense because, like I said, most of the Filipinos can't afford the McDonald's or Jollibee, but they definitely not be able to afford Chick-fil-A. So they probably would go out of business. But yeah, it's funny because I'm not a drinker, so you can talk about beer. But yeah, I'm not a drinker. But yeah, the beer you can get in the grocery store. Probably even at the wet market you can get the beer. So they're all kind of standard. It's only for the what you call non-everyday items. But in America, we consider them everyday items, like Scotch tape. Now, how often do you really buy Scotch tape, right? Come here, babies. Hey, come here. Come here. Come on, let's say hi. Oh, my Lord. Daddy needs to get up. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Don't you want to say hi? Don't you want to say hi? Don't you want to say hi to everybody? Say hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Mwah. Hi, everybody. Yes, I love you too. Yes, I love you too. All right, I'm going to put you down. Say hi, everybody. I got 2 rolls in the cupboard, yeah. And that's the way we were. Is in America, we always had kind of 2 on hand. But we could go, Walmart was only 10 minutes away. We could go to Walmart and get another one, but we kept them on hand. Here, we don't keep them on hand, and the closest place to buy them is 2 hours away. So it's kind of like, well, that's kind of stupid. This is really where we should keep them on hand more. So, yeah. Yeah, she seems like she's not in the mood. I think she wants to lay back down. She stretched, and then she wanted to lay down, and Dad interrupted her. So. But I wanted her to say hi to you guys. So, but yeah, it's kind of amazing because just different priorities. In fact, here when I say Scotch tape, they're like, Scotch tape? What would you want Scotch tape for? I'm like, what do you not want Scotch tape for? I mean, and of course my wife is always like, hey, do we have any Scotch tape? No. Why not? No, because we haven't bought it. We really need to. But, you never check. She never checks the list when she goes to Lipa, which always cracks me up. I'm like, you're always complaining we don't have something, but it's on the list, and you're the one that goes there more often than I do. So check the list. We actually have our phone synced so that she gets the list. It's on there 24/7. But yeah. But yeah, it's kind of funny because it's just a different priority, different culture. I was shocked that the fast food places were here because San Juan has nothing. I mean, it's in the province, and so it has nothing. But it's got, like I said, it's got, if you count this pizza, it's got 6 fat food plates. So it has nothing, but, you know. Found a system with over 36 belts. That is not normal. That is not normal. That might be our new mining home. Might message that one to me. I'll check out how far away it is. That is not normal. Definitely not normal. But yeah, it's funny because it's just a different culture, so different priorities. Yeah, 34. I've seen bigger. That's what she said. Jackson, good to see you, buddy. I was just telling Lego he needed to talk to you. So yeah, if you got a minute, give him a private convo invite. So yeah, he's going through something that you were going through several months ago. So you might be able to give him some insight on that. So appreciate helping him out. I'll let him explain. Whew, I almost missed that one. Almost ran out of space. All right. So ads are getting ready to start. I am going to go grab another cup of coffee. And I will be right back. Yeah, I'll let the ad start. Abigail seems like she's okay. I'll be right back. She'll probably bark, so I'll leave the microphone on so you guys can hear her bark. Stay here. We get some more coffee, okay? Didn't even bark. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Oof, that was close. All right, ads are still on. All right. Sorry about that. Need my coffee. I'm gonna text the wife, see how she's doing. I see it's like almost 11 o'clock, so she should be done with her appointment. How do you feel about Amber and Kernite coming to high sec? I think it's fantastic. The problem is, it used to be that ISO was the mineral that was always in demand, and they switched that a couple years ago to where now Nox is really the one that's in demand, and Amber and Kernite both have ISO, but they do not have Nox. So they really need to address the Nox shortage. But they used to be in high sec way back. Yep, in 05. Yep, I agree. And that's where we're at here. This is an 06, so Ufine would have been a good potential candidate. But yes, they were way back. So Nox is needed to make mining crystals. Yes, a lot of Nox is needed to make mining crystals. And so, yeah, so from that perspective, that's where it gets frustrating, is that they're addressing... It's kind of the common thing with CCP. They always seem like they're way behind what's needed. Like they're not in touch with what's really going on. So ISO was the big problem way back when, and adding Amber and Kernite to HiSec would solve an ISO problem, but ISO's not a problem anymore. So, yeah, so it's kind of weird, is adding them back in is not going to solve anything. I think it'll give us some more high-end ores to mine, which, you know, can't go wrong, because ISO's still one that sells better than you know, Trit or anything else. But yeah, they really need to address the shortage. And Nox is really not what I would consider, shouldn't be a critical thing. Yeah, well, I don't know that we'll ever get that. Because unfortunately, the CSMs, the ones that always get on there, are, you know, someone from the PvP areas. So, because that's the most popular in EVE. So... we had one guy that was on here. Crap, what was his name? I have it here somewhere. Hold on. And then Khaleesi is actually running. So Khaleesi's running. And I don't remember his Twitch name, but his in-game name is Bertus Antonopoulos. And he actually seems like he has some mining things on his agenda. So he's a good possibility. But yeah, Nox used to be in Pyro way back. That's been a long time ago. And that would be one, if they put it back, that would work. But yeah, Khaleesi's definitely not a mining person. So yes. Khaleesi's definitely, she's on the PvP side. So, but yeah, but the Brutus guy, is it Brutus? That doesn't sound right. Bertus Antonopoulos. And for the life of me, he's a streamer as well. For the life of me, I can't remember what his Twitch name is. But he comes in every once in a while, and but he does have, he gave us his, I have his website, so actually let me post it. That would make sense. Because he does have some mining things on his agenda as a CSM. So used to be the only things you needed to leave HiSec for was Zid, Meg, and Morphite. Yep. And that's what it should be, honestly. Because mining crystals require Nox, and they require a ton of Nox, it should be available in HiSec. And it is with the Empire belts. But now that they, you know, jack those up by adding in those other ones, Mordinium ones, you know, that's kind of caused the Empire belts aren't really super popular anymore. And so, or super available anymore, I should say, because it's actually kind of nixed being able to quickly determine if there's an Empire belt near you or not. But yeah. But yeah, that's Bertus Antonio Primus. And he does have on there, he has on there what he's running for and his agenda, and he does have a couple mining items on there. So to that end, he seems like a positive guy for the mining community. And I hope he wins, or I hope he at least gets on there so that at least we have a voice. But that never seems to happen. So kind of wishful thinking. But, you never know. We've had a couple, but I understand really trying to balance the map and make other regions needed more, draw people out. Yeah, and I understand. But one thing they keep trying to do is you want to attract more people. And in order to do that, you have to be new player friendly. And mining is the most new player friendly thing there is. Okay? And so, from that perspective, you really need to at least make it a little more, available. And for new players to get into industry, mining items are something that would be very easy for them to make. But all the mining items take a ton of Nox. Mining crystals, the mining lasers, the mining ships, all take a ton of Nox. And Nox is just not available in high sec. And so you're not going to get new players to really venture out there to do that kind of stuff. And even in wormhole space, I've had trouble finding Nox in wormhole space. So yeah, they have a real problem there. And, adding Amber and Kernite, okay, that's good. They're just putting back what they took away before, but it's really not solving the problem. So, yeah. Yeah, they shouldn't. But even to build the minor twos, I think with the minor twos, I think you need to be Omega. But with the minor twos, in order to build the minor twos, you need a ton of Nox. So yeah, so here's a minor 2 blueprint. Well, I guess not. It takes a minor 1. So I think the minor 1... Actually, the minor 1 doesn't use any Nox. So I lied. It takes PI. All of which are readily available. So the laser focus crystals is what it takes. And those take a ton of Nox. No, they don't take any Nox either. I could swore it took something. No, that's not what I wanted. Nope. Alright, so maybe I'm wrong. Minor 1s don't take it. Laser focusing crystals don't take it. I could have sworn the laser focusing crystals did. So yeah, so maybe not. Minor 2s, I think, let me see here. Show info, requirements, mining 4, which you can do on an alpha. Takes forever, but you can do it on an alpha. So yeah, so they could do, alpha could fly it with a minor 2, but I think that's it. It requires minor 4, which is, that's like 30 days. At that point, you figure, okay, well, I may as well just pay for the thing, so. Oh, man. Only got 24? That sucks. You took the bomb on me. Negative alpha can use minor two. So yes, they can. Once you can ship to a barge or bigger, it's time to grow your wings, Penny. Yeah, and barges you have to be Omega in order to fly a barge. So yeah, so that's where if you want to stay alpha and you don't want to pay for it, which I think is where most of the people I've run into, they don't want to pay for it until they have to. You need more options for the miners to be able to stay alpha and at least, be able to do okay. Because the difference between a venture and a mining barge is immense. So even with the minor twos, you're still not. It's night and day. So now, like I said, I think that's kind of where this destroyer comes in. Is I think the destroyer it's going to bridge some of that gap, since the alphas will be able to fly it. But we'll have to see how it works. So. But yeah, I thought for sure the minor twos took a lot of Nux, but it turns out they don't. So they take PI, they take Mordinium, they take some of the others, but yeah. So maybe they're onto something. Venture or the mining destroyer with what do they call it, Odysseus, with the minor twos, you might be able to pull that off as an alpha industrialist without too much trouble. I read somewhere you had to mine 230 hours of Veldspar in a venture to afford Omega. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. 230 hours of venture, and that's also mind numbing. Mining in a venture is super slow. Doing it in wormholes and that kind of stuff makes sense because it's just cost effective, but mining barges are too expensive to be, sacrificing on that kind of stuff. But from a game enjoyment, you're probably not going to keep playing the game if you got to grind 230 hours just to pay for it, right?
The asteroid is depleted.
Now, I guess you'd only really have to do that once. So, from that perspective, maybe it's not too bad. You do it once, you get your Omega for the first month, and then you get a mining barge and start doing it in a mining barge, which should be a lot less. So maybe there's something to say for that. But yeah. But 230 hours, that's a ton. 8 hours a day for 28 days. So, yeah, but that's still 8 hours a day. That's a job, right? I mean, who's going to want to mine an adventure? And like I said, if that's your goal and you can do it and then move up to something else and continue to pay for your Omega by, with a mining barge, I could see somebody doing it. With mining crit, it will be much faster. Yep. In the snow. Quit you crying. When I was a kid, we would mine uphill both ways in the snow. Yeah. Same here. Better than mining in Miasmo. Seen that in Vinland. Yeah. I've seen that done too. Yep. I mean, you can pretty much mine in anything. But yeah, Lego is spicy today. Actually, Lego's spicy every day. We just usually don't see it the same way. But 8 hours a day, like I said, if you did that for 28 days with the goal of getting your Omega for a 30-day period, getting a mining barge, training your skills up so that you could jump in the mining barge on day 29 with your Omega and then do it in, half the time or a third of the time, I could see that as a good goal. But yeah, you're going to be hard pressed to get somebody in a new game, spend 28 days mining 8 hours a day. I used to fit a miner to a badger. Yep. I was one of the ones that botted way back when. It probably isn't a good idea to admit that, but I managed to do it without ever getting caught because I didn't get greedy. But there were a lot of people that got banned for that. And now the same code that was in those bot programs, the screen scrapers, is now what they use for these NPCs that we were mining with earlier. So, but yeah, that was before Omega. Yep. When it was a paid only sub. Yep. Yep.
The asteroid is depleted.
Someday love will find you. Break those chains that bind you. Alright, we're almost done with this one too. We're wearing it down. It wasn't illegal or bannable. The botting was. But yeah, what you did wasn't. I actually did the botting. So, I paid for the ghost miner for many years. I don't think I used it for many years, but I paid for it for many years. But honestly, I don't know that it was ever cost effective for me because Ghost Miner never cost that much. But at least once a week, I would try to do it while I was at work. At least once a week, something would go wrong and I'd get blown up and I'd have to replace my barge. So it always ended up I barely broke even. So set a stable orbit, target scoop, go for a walk, or do groceries for an hour. Yep. The problem is you got to be in high sec for that. You couldn't do that in a wormhole. Somebody'd scan you down and take you out in no time. And that's where most of those gas clouds are going to be, is in wormhole space. So someday love will find. Looks like we lost. Did we lose Almighty? Looks like we did. Crap, I didn't even see him leave. Almighty, if you're still out there, sorry. Didn't see you leave. If you said goodbye, sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Shows how much I'm paying attention, right? Classy act here. Nothing but the best. Yeah, well, that's what happened. Is I usually harvested enough to pay for the replacement, and so I pretty much broke even. Oh, my wife.
asteroid is depleted.
Sorry about that. You guys hear me? All right, cool. So yeah, the wife had her doctor's appointment, and they're saying her cholesterol is very high. So they're prescribing her cholesterol medication. So we'll have to see how that goes. She took some in America, and it actually made her feel weird. So we'll have to see. And it looks like it's the same one they prescribed her in America, which is kind of weird. Yeah, never a dull moment. All right, what we got here? All right. Yes, we can hear you. Go back to being quiet, please. Goofball. You got. Oh, I actually had it on mute, so you couldn't hear Abigail. Abigail was barking. Thought you guys were listening to Abigail, but yeah, I had it on mute, so you couldn't hear her. But yeah, we brought all our medication with us from America. Anything we had taken, anything, expired, all that stuff. Medication never completely goes bad. And so we brought all that. So that's what I ran downstairs to check, was what she had taken before, because it actually had made her kind of lightheaded. And so she tells on you, yeah, she does. But she heard her mom's voice on the phone, and so she got super excited. And then when I left to go check downstairs, she's like, whoa, you're not leaving me, you're not leaving me, we're not playing that game. She gets really upset with the whole separation thing. So, but yeah, but they also gave her some medication for some liver function. They said her liver function is showing some signs. So hopefully this will get her straightened out and get her back on going good. So it's funny. She lived here in the Philippines for 40 years. And never had a cholesterol problem. Not once. She came to America for 20 years and obtained a cholesterol problem. And now that she's back in the Philippines, it's continuing here. So it seems that the American culture accelerated her cholesterol to where now, even though she's back at home, it's not quite compensating. Of course, she used to tell me she used to walk 6 miles a day when she was here in the Philippines working and everything. So, which she hasn't walked 6 miles a day since I've known her. So, but, or since I met her, let's say that. Since she moved to America. She became very spoiled in America, like Abigail. She never wanted to walk once she moved to America. Like, nope, I used to walk when I was in the Philippines. I'm not walking no more. So, but yeah, so I think that might, well, maybe we'll start walking together and that'll help. But yeah, hopefully they got it figured out. But they did check her heart, and I guess they gave her a longer ECG, and that one actually showed that there were no problems, which the 6-second one showed no problems. I guess this one was longer, so that's good, which I knew. But yeah, it seems like maybe her cholesterol has creeped up, so makes sense. They cook everything in oil here, and actually she's been using corn oil, which we never used in America. We always used olive oil. I finally switched her over to olive oil here, so. But yeah, oil is still oil for the most practical purposes, so. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it. Get her all fixed up. Get her all fixed up. But yeah, sorry about that. Like I said, we've got a whole ton of medications, mostly mine. I've had back problems and several others. I got a bulged disc in my back that I've had trouble with for many years, and I have a bunch of medications for that, but I only take as needed, which normally if I don't sleep on the concrete floor, I don't need it. So far here, knock on wood, I haven't needed any, so praise God for that. When we first got here, I threw my back out. And after that, it was okay. So
the asteroid is depleted.
but it was kind of interesting because I'm gonna get rid of these, and then I'll go check out the next belt. But yeah, but that was literally like the first week we were here. I twisted my back or something on the steps, which are steps here. The house we're building has no steps, and but the steps here are really narrow, and really short. So my foot doesn't completely fit on them. And so, since I have really big feet. And so it was kind of funny because I don't know if it was because I wasn't used to them and I stepped some way or something. But yeah, I twinged my back. Oh my goodness. And the box hadn't come that had all the medication in it yet. So I was like, and then of course, yoga is one of the things that I've done. Fat guy doing yoga. Don't try and envision that. It'll make you lose your dinner. But yeah, yoga was one of the things that I was able to do that really helped. And so I did some of that, and that cleared the pain, cleared the pinch or whatever it was. And then about a week after that, the medication showed up in one of the boxes we sent from America, and I haven't needed it since it got here. So. But yeah, she was like, we can't send all this medication to the Philippines. So, we paid for all this medication. Damn straight I'm sending it. You never know when you're going to need something. So, I think there was some Oxycontin in there that I didn't send because that was considered illegal here. It's also illegal in America, to be honest. And so, but other than that, I think I sent everything else. So, and I never took the Oxycontin. I can't handle the higher painkillers. They really do a number on me. Make me think I'm Superman, which is never a good look. Oh, crap. Alright. Alright, cool beans. Oh. But it does sound like she's in a better mood. She was pretty excited about them finding the cholesterol problem, which I'm like, I don't know why you're excited about a cholesterol problem, but I guess if it answers the question of what's been going on, then it's worth it. But it does seem like she has a cardiologist now, so that'll be good. Always a good idea to have a clean bill of health, so. It's all that's another weird thing here in the Philippines. The doctors are different. In America, cardiologists would only do things with your heart. Where in this case, they did a blood test, they did a full blood test, and she had actually fasted today. So they did a full blood test. And then they also they prescribed her the liver function and cholesterol medication, which they would never do in America. They would make you go back to your general practitioner to get that stuff. So yeah, so it's kind of interesting here that now this cardiologist is at another hospital here in Rosario. So I think having your doctor at the hospital helps, because if you go to just a clinic with a doctor, getting test results takes a week or so. Where if they're located at the hospital, they get test results right away. Where in America, all of ours were, a week or so. So, all right. So there are no rats in 2. I've actually got quite a few asteroids. Or excuse me, in 1. So I'm on 7-1. If you want, you guys can warp to me directly, or we can do a fleet warp. I think we're on the last asteroid, right? Yep. So yeah, Kragan is at the new belt. I'm a little worried about Al. Al's not feeling well again, so hopefully he's doing okay. I'll try and kill this last one, but yeah, if you guys don't want to wait around, you can warp to Kragan, or I will fleet warp us here in a second. He said he just wasn't feeling well. He was really feeling like crap today. And so, which is way, he's been feeling like crap for the better part of a week because of COVID. But he said he was over the COVID, so, which was a positive. But yeah, he did. He just got over it. So, thanks, Xurdaben. Sorry, you guys get to see the guns today. More like a water pistol, but yeah, he did, and that's what he said. He was feeling bad again today, so that's why I was a little worried about it. So But yeah, hopefully he's doing okay. So, yep, looks like so. That one's done.
Asteroid is
Scimitar, let me know when you're ready, and I will warp us to Kragan. RavenGalactic, good to see ya. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for being here. Almost poured coffee down my front. The word is so. Oh, crap. Okay, I'll try. That should be definitely interesting. Should be definitely interesting. Because I think I use that word a lot. Save the coffee, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to pour it down my front. That would not be good. 100 million ISK is on the line. There you go. We need to do something along those lines. That would be pretty cool. Joe DiMaggio. Marilyn Monroe. I got to be careful with the lyrics. Make sure they don't have it in there. Let me know when you're ready, Scimitar. My PI launch pads are all full. Yeah, I hate when that happens. All right, here we go. Fleet warp to Kragan.
warp drive active.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. It's weird. It doesn't show them all together. I did do fleet warp, right? Huh. Yeah, you guys are all here. All right. You guys having a good night. We are having a good night. Thanks, Xurdaben. You need to get out here and mine with us sometime. I think it's only been a week. Pulls fast and null. There you go. Yeah, it does pull fast. That's the same way with my wormhole, with my low sec one. It fills up really quick. Fish on. Fish on. I was just looking at it. It's 45 jumps. Yeah. Yeah, that's when you set up a mining jump clone. That's what I have as a jump clone. Because, yeah, that's too far to jump. You do it once in a shuttle and set up a jump clone. But then, of course, you got to get a ship out here and everything. Though we have loaner ships. So we could definitely provide you a loaner ship. That will not be a problem. We can definitely make that happen. I have a chocolate cake from Red Ribbon, which is kind of like, I don't know what you would call it in America. It's like a cake thing. It's like a cake thing. Duh. That was the stupidest thing I've probably ever said. It's like a cake thing. Come on. Yeah, this is a moist chocolate. There's a cheap player owned station here that has zero cost for chum clone. But it's player, so one of those, there's that risk that they might lose power or get attacked, and it's in high sec. That's a good cake. Very moist. But yeah, that's what I did. I'm not actually in my jump clone now because I flew out here. But no. It's in Junsort. 2 jumps from Yufine. My goodness. A lot of feldspar here. I think there is a jump in Billy. Yeah, I think there might be one in Billy too, but I don't think it's free. Yeah, the one in Junsort. I'm putting it in the in-game channel. Is a free clone, and they've never lost power. I've been using it for a while, but that is a risk. But the free jump is really nice. And then I use one on the other side that charges 1 ISK. Yep, that's it. It actually has free clone bay in the name. It's called Icebox. But yeah, and they've never lost power. There's another one in Junsort that loses power all the time. Which I have stuff in it too, but excuse me. Free is always good. Yeah, there's some sacrifices there. So I lost a clone with the implants and everything, which was very expensive because the player owned station lost power. So there are some negatives to using that, but yeah. But that one I never lost power the whole time I've been using it, which probably going on 3 or 4 months. But yeah, it is a risk. Yeah, because I think it's 900,000 per jump, so just short of 1 million per jump. And but I think when I had to replace my implants for the one that I lost, it was way more than I think it was. Yeah, it was almost 100 million. So I didn't have 100 jumps. So. Oh.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, thank you. We'll definitely give that away. So we'll definitely give that away. Anything I get, I always give away. So appreciate it. I wasn't expecting you to pay me. I was going to pay you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll definitely give that away. Yeah, I had to concentrate because I use that word a lot. More of a reflex. So that was a good one. Still rock and roll to me. I had to be careful with my singing as well. I was afraid there might be lyrics that added in there. Alright. We did stop him, right? Yep. It was, and I was listening the whole time. I heard so a lot. And it was maybe yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was a little worried that it was gonna slip out. But yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, we'll definitely give that away. So we'll probably maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. We'll try to figure out something. The marbles is definitely the most random way to do it, but maybe we do more of words on stream or something. I always try to do it a different day than when it was given, so that way it gives more opportunity for people. But dance crate anyways, it's still rock and roll to me. I cleared out my Hulk, put it all over on Kragan's retriever, so now I don't have to pay as close attention. I can last a little longer. Not words, yeah. Okay. We could do the picture one, but I think everybody hates the picture one worse. I actually kind of like the picture one. The words one always makes me feel stupid. So, because they're always right there, and I can't get them. Marbles or Riot. What's Riot? I don't know Riot.
The asteroid is depleted.
Marbles is so random. It's like there's really no skill to marbles, so. But yeah, I'm not familiar with Riot. What's Riot? I might need to add that one. Legomaniax is Riot. I don't get it. I don't get it. Unfollow, unsub. Now I'm really lost. back is itching. So, here, fly swatter, back scratcher. Nothing goes to waste. Unfortunately, it's not a very strong back scratcher. Back scratcher. Always right on my shoulder blade where I can't reach. Oof. Alright, we're flying through this asteroid belt. Good God. They must have all been small. You gotta use that fly swatter because you got no scotch tape. Yeah. See, it's true. Scotch tape you can use as what do they call that? Fly traps? Fly traps? What do they call that? Where you hang it from the ceiling and it catches the flies? Scotch tape will double as that. So, yeah. Nothing could go wrong. Yeah, we actually have packing tape. Fly paper. There you go. And my wife has packing tape. So she's been cutting the packing tape into small strips to make scotch tape. And I'm like, yeah, that's not quite the same. But whatever makes her happy. But yeah, it's me, fly paper. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't find those here. Nobody here would pay for those. That's unrequired. In my case, it's a necessity. But as far as the Filipinos are required, they get kind of weird when I kill the flies. Not because they're against killing the flies. It's just they see it as a waste of time because there are like 1 million flies. And my hope is to eliminate every one of them, which is an impossible task. So they kind of look at me and laugh like, what a stupid American trying to eliminate all the flies. Just live with them and give up. Relax. It's not worth it. Not worth it. And it's not, but it also gives me something to do. So, gives me something to do. We're at the 3-hour mark. 3 hour. Actually, the ads are getting ready to run again. We gotta eliminate all the flies. Yep.
We gotta eliminate all the flies. Oh, yeah!
Want to be Lord of the Flies. Want to be Lord of the Flies. Get one of those electric zappers, turn it into a game. Yeah. It's funny. We did get one. And the power outlet that we have outside, the light somehow got shorted out because water leaked into the roof of the porch. And so yeah, so it ended up not quite working well, but it's another one of those things here in the Philippines. People don't waste electricity on a bug zapper. That's like, why would you do that? Bugs are normal. Just deal with it. But being an American, I am seriously concerned about getting dengue fever or malaria, which are transmitted by mosquitoes. And so, oh, I do have one of the ones that looks like a tennis racket. Yep. I do have one of those. Yeah, in fact, I wonder where that is, to be perfectly honest. It should be around here somewhere. I'll have to look for it. The problem is, my thought is, I still have to hit them or get close to them. And so, if I'm going to do that, I may as well just use the fly swatter. That's it. They never sit still. The back of my mind. Every time you swing, you make a grunting noise. Ugh!
Is depleted.
That would work. That would work. I could actually make it kind of a workout. So we were talking the other day. So yeah, so my rear end has really been bugging me. Way TMI. Way TMI. And it's been way worse since I've got here. I don't know if it's because of the concrete that they use for building or what it is. Even in my gaming chair, it's not. If I sit for more than a couple hours, it really bugs me. And so I asked, thanks to Jerry Can, I asked ChatGPT, hey, what could this be? And ChatGPT said, oh, now that you're retired and you're really not exercising or doing anything or walking up steps, probably the muscles in your butt have suffered. And so that's probably why it's bothering you. And so it gave me some exercises to do to strengthen the muscles in my butt. So I haven't done them yet, but we'll have to see how that goes. Or say something like serving 40 love. There you go. Yeah. The problem is my wife always gets upset with me when I kill the flies. When I kill a fly, I'm like, yeah! And she's kind of like, no. And of course they fly everywhere, so what you're saying is I'm lazy. Yeah, ChatGPT has no problem calling me lazy on a regular basis. Like, I weigh less here, so it's not the weight. I am exercising less because, at least when I went in the office 2 days a week, I always climbed the steps and all that stuff. So I guess I could see that. But yeah, it also suggested like 4 or 5 other things that I was like, yeah, that's not it. Like a skin rash or something like that. I'm like, no, that's not it. It's deeper than that. It's definitely a muscle thing. But yeah, it's kind of funny because it's like, I have cushions, and even with the cushions, it's like, oh man. Now, I've had the cushions for 6 months, so it could be the cushions are wearing out, so yeah, there you go. Well, and I'm on camera, so they say the camera adds 10 pounds, so, so yeah, so that, I was thinking that might be it too, since I'm on camera for, 4 hours a day, maybe that's it, so... And like you said, I'm also closer to the equator, so you weigh more when you're in the center of the earth than you do if you're on one of the edges, right? My kids that I would teach at the church, I would always say that we need to bring the message of Jesus to all corners of the earth, and they would always remind me that the earth is round, there are no corners. And so yeah, so that was always a good. It's all compounding, exactly. I'm at the equator, I'm closer to the ocean, yeah. And then it probably doesn't help that the floors here are made of concrete. It doesn't quite have the same give as the wood floors in America. So, but yeah, it's been drastically different. And so, but all the chairs here are plastic. They don't have padded chairs here. And so, would you weigh less at the equator from centrifugal forces? See, that's a good question, Booga. Because yeah, now, that's, or maybe you weigh less at the poles, because that's where it's kind of, where I guess the spinning is kind of the bet. So, yeah, so I probably weigh 3,500 pounds, right? Yeah, no wonder my ass hurts. Right, exactly. Yeah, thanks, Lego. That really boosted my ego. Thanks for that. Yeah, I just need to go. I need to go to one of the polls and see if it works out better. Yeah, I suppose I am much closer to the equator, so Booga may be onto something. It may be that because I'm here, it's actually causing me to weigh more or less, or I don't know. If I weighed less, I would think that would make it less sore than more sore. But I literally, I cannot sit down for more than 2 hours without it having to get up and do camera-free streams from the pools. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I was definitely blaming it on the camera. The camera adds 10 pounds. So, now if it added it to my rear end, then maybe that would be okay. But that was the other thing ChatGPT said. It said if you're losing weight, you might be losing it from your rear end. And so that might be causing it. So, yeah, ASMR, voice streams only, coming soon. There you go. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I never quite got those. Never quite got those. But whatever floats your boat. To each his own. Everybody's got their thing, so. Change this lonely life. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah. So I'll probably start the exercises here maybe next week. I want to start them at the beginning of the week so that I can actually see if it's making a difference. That's one of the other things I do is when I try something, I do it at a weird time and then I can't remember when I started and if it's really making a difference or, I'm not using the scientific method. So but yeah, so they want me to do, I think it's called butt clenches. So yeah, which really ought to work out great. That sounds like an exercise I could really get behind. But if it helps, I am more than willing. Because right now I got to do something. Because this is like, holy cow. Good start Friday. There you go. So by Monday, you're in the groove. Yep. Out of control. I'm out of control. I'm living the retirement dream and all falling apart. Yeah, it's funny. Where if that's the only thing I have to complain about is my ass hurts, I'm probably doing pretty good. So, all things considered, Bond's twerking streams to a better butt. Yeah, that might be. I'd probably get banned from Twitch for that. Yeah. I don't know though. Like I said, to each his own. There's probably a clique out there that would probably find that appealing. God bless them. Yeah. See, I have that one. I have a cushion under me now. I'm thinking though that it has been 6 months, so maybe the cushion's wearing out. That was one of the other things ChatGPT suggested was like a gel cushion, which I haven't tried, and one that actually supports your coccyx, so the bone in your rear end, which I don't think it's the bone that's bothering me, but bump. There's a clip. It's not the bone that's bothering me. Just sit and spin. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the cushions actually worked fairly well in the beginning. And now, 6 months later, maybe they are starting to wear out. But which makes sense. I mean, we paid what? $10 for them? So yeah. Can't expect them to last forever, but I tried the gel memory foam one. It didn't help. I just ate more and got fatter. Now I can sit all day with no issues. Yeah, that was one of the other things it said is if you're losing weight, you might be losing it from your rear end. Well, that's the one place I don't want to lose weight. Now, I've always had a small rear end to begin with. It's like abnormally small. And so it's always been a padding problem. You know, if I fall on my ass, I always got a huge bruise because it was like, yeah, there's no padding there. So, you know, the fact that I am losing weight and that's where it's coming from, it's kind of like, yeah, okay. Thank you, universe. Thanks for, you know, taking care of me. Appreciate it. Always looking out for me. But that would be my luck, is of all the places for it to come from. Or I've got more enough around the middle that I could definitely stand for it to come from there, but I'm definitely, when they show the fruit, you know, they do your body structure as a fruit, you know. And you got the pear, and then you got the apple. And I'm definitely the apple one, you know. It's like apple that somebody ran over with a truck, you know. But yeah, but I might try one of the gel memory foam ones. Worth a try. At least on this chair. This chair is actually padded, so I'm kind of surprised that this one's bothering me. But when I first got here, it bothered me, and then I put the pad on it, and that seemed to help. But now, 6 months later, like I said, it might be the pad's wearing out. I've just flattened it out to a point where I got to give it a break, let it, or just give it up and grab another one. But yeah. But yeah, it did give me quite a few suggestions. So I'm definitely a big chat GPT. I searched everything on there, you know. The slightest question I have, I now put to chat GPT. Hey, chat GPT, can you tell me why my wife is mad at me? Well, more than likely you said something stupid and pissed her off. Yep, that was it. Dead on. Dead on. But yeah, it's kind of funny. It was weird. I never had that problem in America. My legs, if I could do like a 6-hour stream, and my legs would be where I would have my problem. Where the edge of the chair caught my legs, you know. And I'd have to get up and, you know, get the circulation going again. But here, it's completely different. And that's where I'm like, okay, what's different, you know? Well, the structure of the house, you know, it's definitely a harder material. No rug. That was one of the things that our first architect suggested, was putting rug in the office, which nobody here does rug. Nobody here does carpet. And so I'm going to cut out from the stream. Fly safe. No worries, Blue Gray. Appreciate you. So nobody here does carpet. And so it was just kind of like, well, that's just going to look weird, you know. But it might have been that it would have actually given a little bit of cushion that might have helped. So it might have been worth it. Bum, bum, bum. Take the long way home, you super tramp. Bum, bum, bum.
Is depleted.
So you think you're a Romeo, playing a part in the picture show. Take the long way home. Take the long way home. Only dog of the neighborhood. Why should you care if you're feeling good? Take the long way home. I take the long way home. You're part of the scenery. Oh, the greenery. Oh. But yeah, there were some dark clouds that rolled in, but now they've cleared up. So it does look like it may not rain today. I'm going to check the weather. Though the weather changes so often, it's really not worth it. But it showed yesterday, no rain today. Nope, no rain for the rest of today. It does show rain tomorrow now. One little rain at 3 a.m. So we'll have to see. I won't know if that actually went. And then it shows we should get some, looks like some heavy rain on Saturday. Looks like there's another typhoon going through the Philippines. So another typhoon. So finish the event, but with the new SOE ship and new mining ship, I'm grinding out these boosters for the next month. Good idea. Good idea. Good idea. Yeah, I haven't even really started the event. I think I did one site. I need to get around to it here one of these days. Bum bum bum. Need to quit missing the mining events so then I can actually do something else for the rest of the week. Trying to remember if I actually picked up my skill points. I did not. Well, that kind of sucks. Or maybe it's a new week. Let me check. I know I picked it up on Kragan. Yeah. So it looks like I picked it up on Kragan and not anywhere else. Who to blame if you're not around? Take the long way home. 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 Yeah, this one looks like it's a bigger belt. Maybe this is one of the ones they don't get to. Maybe we need to start here next time. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot about my PI. Damn it. Oh, well. We'll do another 21 hour. That's not PI. I tell you, some days it's a wonder I can even get out of bed. I'll let this miner complete. Just got a boost for plus 12 mining laser yield and 20% laser. Oh, wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Let's check out our PI. Oh. Why is that one still going? That's weird. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, bum, bum. To release my inner fantasy. Born to be. You're a heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker. Don't you mess around with me. You're a heartbreaker, love taker. Don't you mess around. No, no, no. '50s. That's all right. All right. That'll work. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, these I still got these set for 21, so that'll get it done by their start of our stream tomorrow. Know that you are born to be dream maker. I asked. I should have said something. Should have said something about the 15%. Yeah, the 15,000. Nah, it's all good. It looks like I got it for Kragan, but I didn't get it for Falstaff, which is just stupid. So I'm just going to restart these. Because since I'm not changing them, I was going to change them to 23, but since we're still in the still behind. So this will actually get it so that it should be ready when I start to stream tomorrow, which will be good. Which is where we want to be. Come on. There you go. Cool beans. Oh. Oh. Rear end hurts. Ow. Oh. What do we got in here? 15 days. So I got plenty of time. Yeah. Skill points. 100,000 skill points. Oof. Islands in the stream. Pilot body resculpt. I don't want a body resculpt. I love my body. I don't want a body resculpt.
The asteroid is depleted.
Man, I'm still working on the Azure Plague. This is the awesome one. Islands in the stream. That is what we are. Always in between. Can we be wrong? Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton. Dolly is, I think Dolly's still alive, or did Dolly pass away? Yep. I ain't dead yet. Nope, she's still kicking. 1946. So that would make her almost 100. 46, so that 54 is 2000. And then 25. 54 and 25 would be, no. 54 and 25 would be 79. 79. Yeah, math is, it's a proof of the awesomeness of the American school system that I can't do simple math. 79. 79. Still, that's pretty damn good. Actually, her birthday's right around mine. Her birthday's like a week from mine. Go ahead. 21 more years. I went through that same school system, yeah. Yeah, I did it to 2,000, which was nice and easy. And then for some reason I thought, okay, then 25 years. So 50 plus 25, that's 100. I mean, if she's 100, she looks damn good for 100. She looks damn good for 80 or 79. But yeah. I think the women do better. She's had a lot of work done, though. Yeah, she's had a lot of work done. Her and Kenny. Kenny had a lot of work done before he passed, but he had a lot of work done. His work did not look as good as Dolly's. But unfortunately, the whole work done thing, I don't understand that. Maybe it's just because I'm not a really superficial guy. I could not see wasting money on trying to make myself still look young. It just... But I guess if I had money, maybe. 46, 25 is a difference. She'd be 100. Yep. I mean, because you look at, like, Nicole Kidman. Oh, my God. The work she's had done. She looks like the Joker. I mean, her face, it doesn't move. I mean, it's like a permanent smile. Like, and it looks horrible. And she's not even that old. I mean, she's probably still in her 60s. I put away a six-pack. I look damn good in the mirror. There you go. There you go. That's what I said. There was a joke about that. What's the difference between a fox and a dog? And I said probably about a six-pack, maybe a shot or two. Nope. That's not what I wanted. Gotta actually click on it, you dingbat. Really enough. Yep. Yeah, see, I never look good, so I don't care. But yeah, I just can't imagine spending that kind of money. And it's a constant thing, because if you do it once, then you got to keep doing it, and keep doing it, and keep doing it. It's like, finish training for my Thantos. I'm ready for them to get cheaper. Huzzah. There you go. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I usually try to mute you guys when my power sneezes come along, but that one snuck up on me. Oof. Man, what a beautiful day. Especially sitting here in the air conditioning. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Came out of nowhere. Yeah, they usually do with me. That's the problem. I think I'm getting used to the environment here. When we first got here, I had bad hay fever in America, and I would have to take allergy medicine to try and control it, which I think is one of those, American cylinder things, but cyclical things. But when we came here, I didn't have to take any allergy medicine, just every once in a while. And so, but now I'm gradually getting to where it's bothering me a little more and a little more and a little more. So I think I'm getting used to the environment. So, but it's definitely worse when we're in Manila, because in Manila, a lot more smog, a lot more, the air quality's not as good as it is way out here in Batangas. So that's kind of nice. I just died in your arms. Cutting crew. My brother-in-law yesterday. My brother-in-law, it's funny. Here, the women all know how to cook. Most of the men don't cook. But my brother-in-law is actually a trained chef. And so yesterday he made a vegetable shrimp concoction that is just delicious. In fact, I'm looking forward to it for lunch today. In fact, I was a little upset because the wife gave some of it to Abigail for her breakfast. And I'm like, whoa, 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 that's mine. Like, I love her, but I don't love her that much. First, she should be eating dog food. She shouldn't be eating human food, which is part of our problem. But yeah, so I'm really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I can never remember the name of it. Mostly vegetables. It's a Chinese word. Starts with a C. And I don't know why, but it's like, even 2 seconds after I hear it, it's like, it just will not stick in my head. And so, yeah. I'm going to search it. Since I already did Dolly Parton live. Chinese mostly vegetable dish. Come on. Generic name. Maybe I'll try generic name. Called stir fry, but that's not it. It is stir fry, but my wife called it something else. No. Of course not. Which is funny because I hear it all the time and it just will not stick. And of course the search is not finding it. Chop suey. Chop suey. Although often made with meat and seafood, it can be a vegetable-focused stir-fry dish. Chop suey. Chop. Chop. Chop suey. That's what it is. Chop suey. Chop suey. And that's really not that hard. That's a good song. Yeah, it is a good song. One of my favorites. Cutting Crew's not bad. They didn't do a whole lot, but that was one of their good ones. Yeah, chop suey. But yeah, so he did that, and he made it with shrimp, and they actually peeled the shrimp. Here in the Philippines, they don't peel the shrimp. They like to eat with their hands, so they like to peel the shrimp as they're eating, which frankly takes away from the meal for me. And so they actually peeled the shrimp and did it, and it's like fantastic. I just throw it over some rice. Oh, it's delicious. Like I said, the only thing I was upset about is that my wife made Abigail small meal with it. And I'm like, whoa, 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 that's mine. I love her dearly, but sorry. Not getting any of my chop suey. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that for lunch. So. Bum, 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 bum. Another 30 minutes. We need to start figuring out who we're going to raid. I think we were talking about raiding Spectre if he's out there. Let's see if he's out there. Let's see if he's out there. See if he's out there. I don't see him.
The asteroid is depleted.
No, he's not out there. He's not out there. Bummer. No, Spectre's not out there. XD's got a large group. XD, Badman Larry, Nth Dimensional, so those are all covered. And Arcos is out there. But more than likely, as soon as I raid him, he'll log off. The guy out there, Slow Community. Have you guys seen him? I've never heard of him before. And another one, Ndet. I'm out. Have a good night. No worries, Lego. Appreciate you. Thanks again. Have a good sleep. Yeah. That's the first time I've ever seen him. Slow Community. He's got drops, though. So, which means he's been around a little while. You don't get drops just by being a brand new streamer. I guess unless you know somebody. Took me a while to get my drops, so yeah, he's the low one on the poll right now, so maybe we'll give him some love. Try and help out some of the little guys. Somebody flying in a Vexer. Maybe they're just looking for some rats. Or maybe they're wanting to attack the NPCs. Now, those are diamonds. I can't imagine them attacking them. Not with one Vexer. Nope. He's looking for rats. Hype is one that I haven't seen in a while. He used to mine with us on mining events, but I haven't seen him in a while. It just showed he logged off. I was thinking we might be able to finish this one, but I don't think we're going to get there. There's a lot of Veldspar. I don't know, though. It's actually not too bad. We'll see. It might be close. We still got about 30 minutes. What do you think, Scimitar? You let me know. You're the one that's doing all the heavy lifting. I don't want to keep you up too late. I think the end of this week we're supposed to switch back another half an hour, but I think I'm going to push it another week. My butt's numb. Yeah. Yeah, mine's not numb. Mine hurts. Numb would actually be okay. I could live with numb. I'd progress past numb. And went over that hump. Came out on the other side. Station. Stadium chairs. Alert. Yeah, I need a lot. I don't punch that clock anymore. There you go. Bow wow. Legos off. Bum, bum, bum. Actually, I downloaded the Factorio demo, so I might have to give it a try. Drachenhort talked me into it, so before he went to bed. Though I do feel the coffee going through me, so we'll see if we can at least make the end of the stream for that. I do feel the bathroom calling, which makes sense since I'm halfway, 2/3 of the way through my second cup. Makes sense. I should be pushing that limit. Hip to be square. Oh, no, stuck with you. I was thinking, I don't think I have hip to be square on this playlist. What else? So yeah, so we did. So I will be streaming Thursday night your time, Friday my time. I was thinking I was gonna have to cancel that one because we were gonna be settling on the property, but it does look like the property they preferred Saturday, so that's gonna work out, which works out for me. Unfortunately, banks here are closed on Saturday, so that's why I told them, nope, make sure you get the manager's check, because then it's guaranteed by the bank. If you do a personal check, it gives them 2 or 3 days to transfer the money out before we can cash it on Monday, which would really defeat the purpose. I'd be super pissed if they freaking robbed us, because this is a significant amount. But my wife's nephew works for the bank that we have a bank account with here in the Philippines, and so I said, call him and ask him, because I said, it's different here in the Philippines than it is in America, blah, blah, blah. And he right away said, no, you want the manager's check. In fact, they shouldn't have even suggested the personal check, because with this amount of money, that is not a safe method. I said, well, that's what I was thinking, but my wife was always like, oh, you're being paranoid. They're not going to screw us. We're talking about 3 million pesos. I said, I'm not taking any chances. Not taking any chances. They already robbed me on the price as it was, so yeah. But yeah, if we do a manager's check, then that's as good as cash. Same, the bank guarantees it. So where the personal check, if they transfer the money out of the account by Monday, the personal check won't clear. So it'll just bounce. And she's like, well, then, then we can, we can do this, we can do that. I said, you really can't do anything. You can just complain that they bounced a check, which, nobody here seems to care about that. So I'm like, yeah, so that's not going to really get us very far. They're not going to get in any trouble with the government or anything else for bouncing a check for us. We're private citizens. So, but yeah. But yeah, it'll all work out. That's what I said. They're already getting an incredible deal. The property's worth over $5 million, and they're getting it for $3 million. So, which I'm a little pissed about, but we were selling it for $4 million, still giving like a 20% discount, and unfortunately, they flooded the market with like 200 properties that are all like $2 million. So, cash I signed today, check I sign in 30 days. There you go. Yep. But yeah, so that'll be good. So we're pretty excited about that. Get that taken care of. One less thing to worry about. Get us out of that business. Get us out of that business. Leave it. This property has been nothing but a nightmare. So I'll be glad to be rid of it, to be perfectly honest. It took us almost 5 years to get the title for it, which is just ridiculous. The next day gone, sometimes you wing, sometimes you swing, sometimes you turn your back to the wind. Life is a highway. Turn down the garden gate. Not my time left to be. Life is a highway. I'm gonna ride it all night long. And you're going my way. I'm gonna ride it all night long. Bye-bye. I'm gonna ride it all night long. Oop. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get this one finished, Scam. A lot of Veldspar left. I don't know, though. Maybe. We'll see. We still got, what, 15 minutes? Yeah, 15, 20 minutes. And then looking in your eyes. Actually, a Narcos is out there, so maybe we'll... He's got over 100 viewers, though. Not sure how long he's been going. 6 hours. Almost 7 hours. Yeah, almost 7 hours. Not sure how long he'll be on. Working hard. Yeah, he's a professional streamer. I think he had a 12-hour stream, over 12-hour stream yesterday, so. Time for me to fly. Mario Speedwagon. I've got to run for you, been up and down for you, but I just can't get any relief. I've strutted my pride for you, lived and lied for you, but yeah, these aren't the Bond Juniors.
These aren't the Bondiers you're looking for.
Feeling the years away. Yeah, see, that's one that doesn't really sound like him. Now, the Patrick Stewart one's really good. The Johnny Depp one's really good. But yeah, it's close. It's close enough. Like I said, and it might have been before you came on, Xurdaben, but we were talking weeks ago. My wife and we watched the YouTube Catfished, which people who get mostly romance scammed, and they had one where the guy was convinced that Jennifer Aniston wanted to be his girlfriend, and he wasn't a bad-looking guy. Most of them are hideous people, and I hate to say that because I'm hideous, but I can talk about my people that way. But yeah, they're not attractive at all, and they think Johnny Depp's in love with them, or you know those ones, and I just don't get it, because I'm like, come on. But this guy, I mean, he wasn't a bad-looking guy. So, having Jennifer Aniston, of course, if she's sleeping with Obama, what would she want with this guy? But anyway. But they had actually said they had used something like Tangia to make a voicemail to him in Jennifer Aniston's voice. And he'd bought it hook, line, and sinker. And so she invited him to her birthday party. And, of course, he needed to buy a ticket to the birthday party.
Destroy all those rocks, or that will be the last thing you'll remember.
Yeah, see, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. But yeah, so he had to buy a ticket to her birthday party, and so like conned him out of that. I think it was like $500 or something, and then she said everybody comes to her birthday party, she requires to make a donation to her foundation for, needy people. And so she wanted him to make a donation. And so he did that. And then, yeah, they said, well, they would help, since he said, I'm not rich. And they're like, oh, well, we can help you out with the hotel and the airfare, but you just send us the money. And then we'll buy the hotel and the airfare, and we'll send you the tickets and the reservation. And I'm like, what? And this guy, hook, line, and sinker. And because he thought he was talking to Jennifer Aniston. And I'm like, I said, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. okay? And Jennifer Aniston is one on my list. But if Jennifer Aniston says that, she wants to get with me, I'm going to question that. Because I'm going to be like, yeah, no, no. Even though she's on the list, even if she called me and said, hey, I hear I'm on your list, let's do it. Yeah, no. Like, no, there's something up there. So, not falling for that. But these people, I mean, the whole sending money thing, I'm like, first of all, why would Jennifer Aniston need your money, right? Come on. Like Johnny Depp, this one woman, she thought she was in love with Johnny Depp, and the guy that could, and I mean, she was hideous. I mean, just hideous. And the guy that whoever she was chatting with had convinced her that because of the whole Amber Heard thing, and because of all the money he lost in the Amber Heard trial, that he needed her to send him money. Like $100. $100 here, $100 there, And I'm like, really? I mean, yeah, we're going to have to FaceTime. Yeah, even more than that. We're going to have to meet in person, okay? Because if you're that good of a lookalike, okay, I'm game. But yeah, we're going to have to meet in person. Because, I'm not even sure. Because FaceTime now, I mean, you see these streamers, they have different pictures and it moves with their body and everything. And I'm like, yeah, that's going to be the newest thing in FaceTime is, what was that in the Jetsons? That if you hadn't put your makeup on yet, you could click a button and on the Jetsons, it would make you look presentable on the video call, I'm dating myself with the Jetsons. Most of you probably don't know what the Jetsons are, but it's a cartoon. But yeah, I mean, well, I'm like, first of all, why would Johnny Depp need your money? Okay, even though he got decimated by Amber Heard and that whole crap, he's still Johnny Depp. Okay, meet me at the Waffle House. Exactly right. Yeah. That'll prove to me that you really want to be with me. If you're going to lower yourself to the Waffle House, yeah, you come and meet me at the Waffle House. Then we'll talk. Because if not, I'm sorry. We can't go any further here. And you're definitely not getting any money out of me. I mean, come on. I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, Jennifer Aniston needs my money. Well, everybody I invite to my birthday party, if I'm your boyfriend, I'm not anybody, okay? So, sorry, I'm not paying for a ticket, all right? I wouldn't pay for a ticket to my wife's, birthday party, for crying out loud. I mean, come on. I'm married to her, for Christ's sake, There's got to be some kind of membership have its privileges, right? I got to buy a ticket like everyone else. So, yeah. But yeah, this guy, hook, line, and sinker. And the one with Johnny Depp, even after the catfish team showed her that the guy she's talking to is in Laos, okay? She would not believe it. Nope. Johnny's in love with me. Johnny needs my money. Johnny needs my help. And I'm just like, I'm sorry. I feel for you. I really do, but there's got to be some kind of accountability here at one point where it's like, okay, we all get fooled, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, right? We all get fooled, okay? But yeah, she still would not accept it even after. It was like, no, Johnny needs me. Johnny needs me. And I'm like, are you out of your damn mind? Johnny needs you. Yeah, Johnny needs you like he needs another hole in the head. Come on. Johnny needs me. Johnny loves me. First of all, I'm not a catch. Look in the mirror, okay? This is Johnny Depp, okay? This is Jennifer Aniston, okay? One guy, super fat guy, Nothing against super fat guys. I'm a super fat guy. But he thought this porn star was in love with him.
The asteroid.
And I'm just like, seriously, man. I mean, she's a porn star. And sure enough, the catfish team actually got in touch with the real porn star. And she told him, I make 20 grand a night just doing video chat. Why would I need your money? Why would I need your $300? Right? Like, and I'm like, yeah. Sometimes you can't help them. It's like, yep, you can't lead. Exactly. It's just like, come on. Surely you can see there's a problem here. Okay? This is not kosher. But that's where and that's the other thing. First of all, I guess if you agree to go on the show, and kind of embarrass yourself, that's kind of a sign right there that you're probably not the sharpest tool in the shed. Now, some of them I've actually seen, and they were like, well, I want to bring enlightenment to this because I don't want anybody else to fall for it. And I'm like, okay, I can understand that. That makes sense because we're all susceptible. And we all should be, aware that this kind of thing happens. But I'm like, man, when they show you that this person is in Laos or Ghana, and you still are convinced, nope, Johnny's really in love with me, I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't really be nice about it anymore. Okay? I'm like, we tried to help. We tried to be here. We tried to, give you the benefit of the doubt. And you're still believing that Johnny Depp's in love with you. Or this porn star's in love with you. Because that was that guy. Even after the porn star herself told him, hey, I don't need your $300. Or they found out your best friend's sister. Right, exactly, yeah. It's like, but I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't know. At this point, I can't be nice anymore. So I'm gonna have to check out of this one because the only way for me to get through to you at this point is to be really rude, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to do that. Skimitar, I'll hang around until you get everything shut down. But yeah, it's funny because the catfish one, I mean, they've got a ton of them. And most of them are from Africa. And it's just... And they actually go to Africa and try and catch some of these guys. They're working with the African authorities to actually arrest some of these guys, which I think is fantastic. But it's amazing because even with that, there's more of them than they can even get rid of. And so it's like, oh well, it's a never-ending battle. So, but yeah, but it is entertaining. My wife and I have been scammed. Scammed primarily, but our first architect scammed us, and he did. I shouldn't say. I guess technically he scammed us. He provided us documents. We paid him for those documents. Later found out the documents were worthless and everything he did on them was wrong. And we had no avenue that we could pursue to try and reclaim our money. And so I count that as a scam. And so my wife's like, yeah, we've been scammed. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I think it happens to everybody, We all give somebody the benefit of the doubt, and it turns out not a good thing. I said, but, when you're convinced Johnny Depp is in love with you, come on. I mean, first of all, I'm pretty sure most of those Hollywood types are pretty superficial. So unless you're smoking hot, I don't see Johnny Depp or Jennifer Aniston or any of them taking a chance on you. I mean, I understand Jennifer maybe sleeping with Obama because he was a president. Okay, that I can get. I can understand that. Don't fault her for that. Girl's got to do what a girl's got to do, right? But yeah, falling for somebody like me. Yeah, I'm not buying that. Like I said, meet me at the Waffle House, and if you meet me at the Waffle House, then maybe we'll talk. Then maybe we'll talk, because then maybe we've got something we can talk about. Because if you're willing to meet me at the Waffle House, we may be onto something. But yeah, and like I said, this guy, the guy that fell for Jennifer Aniston, I mean, he was a pretty good guy, doing better than most. And I was really surprised because I was like, man, this guy, and he still fell for it. But one of the ways they did it is he actually got a voicemail from her, and it was in her voice. And they said they used Tangia, something like Tangia. They actually mentioned Tangia on this Catfished episode. They said, yeah, it's like Tangia. You can get all kinds of things on the internet that'll duplicate their voice. And you'll hear every reason why they can't do that or they can't FaceTime you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it's just ridiculous. I mean, in my wife's case, so my wife and I met over 20 years ago. And the first thing I did was I paid to have a webcam sent to her house and said, hey, have your nephew plug this into the computer. And because I saw Hangover, right? After Hangover, I realized, hey, there are chicks that look like chicks but are not chicks. So not that I could see that on the webcam, but I at least wanted to make sure that I was talking to, the person who sent me the picture, that it's at least the same person. And so, yeah, so we talked on the webcam quite a bit. But yeah, like you said, nowadays with FaceTime, I mean, but yeah, my phone doesn't do FaceTime. I don't have load. I don't, and it's like, yeah. Well, you want me to send you $100, so yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen either. So, but yeah, but these guys, I mean, there was one woman, she sent $100,000 to someone as an investment type thing, which I can understand those. Those I can see people falling for, but she was married. Didn't tell her husband, took the money out of their retirement account, sent it to this guy who she was kind of flirting with and was supposedly going to marry. And of course, the husband found out when Catfish came and started investigating it. And the husband's like, what? I thought we were talking about $5,000. Like, no, $100,000. Yeah, they're called ladyboys. That's it. Yep. And yeah, and they're here in the Philippines too. So yeah, so that is a concern. But I'm like, what the? I mean, that's crazy. So, well, good on a Narcos never replied. Is he still out there? Looks like he is, so. All right, I'll leave it up to you guys. We want a Narcos or Slow Community? Slow Community looks like a new guy. I'm game for either one. But yeah, the ladyboys. All right, Slow. All right. Yeah, I mean, a Narcos is a Narcos, but I love him dearly. Team Mothership leader, but yeah. So yeah, if you guys get a chance to check it out, it's called Catfished. And I think on YouTube it's called Social Catfish. And make the new guy's day, yep. But yeah, it's, like I said, it's entertaining if nothing else. And I guess it does show how prevalent this kind of thing is. We watched an SVU, Law and Order Special Victims Unit episode once, and they showed one of these organizations in like Laos that they literally have a screen up like I have, a big widescreen with like 30 people in it, and they're chatting with all 30. They're using AI to kind of chat with all of them, but they're keeping track of it to try and get one of them to send them money. And so it's like their job. And they have they're supposed to make so much per month in order to, so much per week in order to cover their cost of them. And it's just a big business. And I was dumbfounded by it. I was like, holy cow. I mean, when did it become, acceptable to scam your fellow man and call it work, Like, I'm not really doing anything wrong. It's just, it's my business, Back in the day when they used to scam all the old people out of their retirement, And those guys, the younger guys, would always say, "Oh, it's just my job," that they don't have to accept it. And it's like, but yeah. But it is big business, so. But I appreciate you guys for watching. Been a pleasure. We'll be back on tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some more mining tomorrow. And I'm going to go ahead and raid Slow Community. Let's see if he has. You too, Xurdaben. Appreciate ya. Appreciate you, Scimitar. Thanks again for the boost, Scimitar. Really appreciate it. Let me know if you need some fuel. Vagabond. Love the name. Love the name. Bond. Vagabond. Thanks for the follow. And Jerry Can. Always a pleasure. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Let me see. I'm going to get over here and jump in Slow Community so I can actually see the raid take effect. So I can see the raid take effect. All right. Vagabond, thanks again. Appreciate you being here. And like I said, I'll be back on tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 a.m. here in the Philippines. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day, night, whatever you got going on. And enjoy Slow Community.